Okay. Still recording starting. Thank you. Good morning, Doc Beth.
Morning, Dean. Good morning, Sir Dudes and Sir Alvin, and of course, Mama Den. Good morning, Sir Mark as well, and the rest
Morning,
of
Ma'am Beth.
the okay presenter. Morning.
Morning, Doc Beth.
Morning, Sir Dudes. Morning
Yan, Sir
po.
Mark, naka-record na tayo.
Thank you po
Kaya,
din. Meron mong background dito. Ayan. Alright. So, good morning students. Good morning po din. And to our panelists, may I request the group leader to kindly open your camera and the group members as well. Please introduce your group members. Ms. Puloyapoy, go ahead. You may now proceed, Ms. Puloyapoy, with the introductions and of your group members and of your research item. Thank you.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are the researchers of Group 1 from Methods of Research. We have Miss Flores, Miss Manansala, Miss Soriano, and I'm Mariette Gawidjans J. Poloyapoy. So, our research title is Psychological Resilience in the College of Hospitality and Tourism Management Students in Trinity University of Asia during the COVID-19 pandemic. Sir, do we have to play the video po? Sir.
I think you were briefed that you go directly to the question and answer portion.
Okay.
Am I right, Sir Mark?
Yes, sir. You may now proceed with the Q&A.
Okay. Uh, Sige, let me introduce first the your panel, no? We have Dr. Maria Madelo Campo, our external panelist, and we also have Dr. Ronald Manzano for our internal panelists. And would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Lilibet Sabiliano uh, as our observer. And is she your advisor, by the way?
Sir.
May I know who's your advisor?
Yes po.
Okay. So advisor plus observer. Okay. So and of course yours truly, being the chairman of this panel. Okay. Siguro let's go with ladies first. Dr. Ocampo, would you like to uh,
Yes, perfect.
uh,
All
go with
right.
the
So,
first questions?
all right. So, first and foremost, good morning, dear students. And as early as now, I'd like to commend the group or congratulate the group for being able to write a comprehensive research proposal. So, basically, what we are asking are constructive questions in order for you to improve the paper. All right. So, actually, my first question, before I give my first question, I would like the group to give me a 1 to 2 sentence summary of what your research proposal is all about, so that we could take off to the Q&A. So anyone from the group can answer.
I will mag-answer po ako. So, the
Yes.
purpose of our study po is to conduct and check the well-being of the students as it has been tough years for everyone during the pandemic, and to look over how the students cope with various changes because it is important to navigate psychological resilience to identify how students' coping mechanism varies and to explain how the COVID-19 pandemic affects people and the variables like their age, sex, religion, college level, family, school, and spiritual aspect of life.
Alright. Thank you, Jem, for giving us a short introduction about your topic. Based on your title, Psychological Resilience, I'm actually looking at, let me ask this pala first. What, um, how, ano ba? Psychological resilience, somehow, at first glance in your title, it seems that this might be a psychology paper and not a hospitality management paper or an education research. So when I reviewed the references, most of the references that you have are from the mental health or psychology or psychiatry journals. But of course, I'd like to hear it from the group. So what made your research proposal significant to the hospitality management? And what qualifies your research proposal as contributor to the body of knowledge in hospitality management?
Ma'am, may I answer po?
Yes.
So,
Go ahead.
first po, everyone po suffered or experienced po the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, and that includes our college po. And since we are from the College of Hospitality and Tourism Management, we have focused po the psychological resilience in our department. Then for us po, we have pointed out the significance po from our significance of the study, and it will help both the college, the students, the school administrators po to help mentoring us better and giving a better approach, since na it was acknowledged po that many people are really suffering and having the consequences po in the daily life. Yun po.
Alright, thank you, Chloe, for that answer. The research variable that you'd like to study is psychological resilience, right? And the respondents of your study, yun yung hospitality management, which are the students of of your university. Alright. So, what are the how do you define psychological resilience? And is it the only research variable in your study?
So first po, ma'am, it's part of our, if part of our chapter 1 to 3 po, there's this psychological resilience po is described as the ability to recover from unpleasant emotional events, whereas robustness is defined as the ability to recover from sickness in medicine in terms of quality of life, health, dealing with adversity and overcoming challenges. Resilience is a key notation po. There are two types of psychological resilience, which is interpersonal and intrinsic. The intrinsic dimension is concerned with one's relationship with others' inner world, whereas the interpersonal dimension is concerned with one's relationship with others. So we have other variables po, such as the age, the sex, religion, college level, family, school, and also spirituality po.
Okay, any additional answer from the group? Okay, so your research variables are, again, how many research variables do you have, if I may ask the group?
We have po family, school, religion, age, sex, yun po.
Alright. So I think demographic profile, tama ba? Dear students,
Yes
demographic
po.
profile, and under demographic profile, you have the sub variables, right? And then, yung pinaka-konsepto na gusto nyong pag-aralan talaga is psychological resilience, tama? And as mentioned by Chloe, dalawa yon. Parang you have interpersonal and intrinsic. Okay? Sir Alden, okay pa po ba akong mag-question isa po for John?
Sige, ma'am. You have
Okay
the
lang
floor.
po. Alright. In your statement of the problem, I saw that you are asking about coping mechanisms and psychological resilience. So siguro, one suggestion for improvement is that yung na-mention nyo kasi in your introduction about that sana mag-reflect din siya in your statement of the problem. So what made the group decide to venture into measuring coping mechanisms and psychological resilience? Kasi it might seem for the readers that this is a psychological or psychology paper because you are measuring coping mechanisms and psychological resilience. So what made the group decide to measure those two things in your statement of the problem? I think Ali and Russell, you have the chance to answer.
Ma'am, can you repeat the question po?
Okay, who's that? Ali? Ali. Okay, what made the group parang mag-decide na ang gusto nyong sukatin or i-measure na research variable ay in your SOP2, it's I think that's coping mechanism, and for 3, it's psychological resilience. Aside from the context of the pandemic. And then you're gonna measure it. Kasi as defined, sabi nyo kanina, psychological resilience is the ability to recover. So naka-recover na ba? Because if you wanna measure resilience or still recovering, bakit niyo siyang gustong pag-aralin in the context of the student? College.
Okay. So, yung nasa statement of the problem po namin na variables is ito po yung mga factors na nakaka-affect po sa psychological resilience ng students, which is their age, their sex, religion, college level, their family, and school and spiritual, which affects how they think of coping mechanism that could help them recover with adversities and situations that they experience na mahirap po sa kanila. And as for the COVID pandemic, family and school are the main factor na that affects the psychological resilience of students. Yun lang po.
Okay, thank you, Ali. Do you have any other answers from the yes, Jen?
So, base po ako sa mga RL po namin. So, based on the study of Wang et al. 29 po. So, effective coping strategies have been linked to increase emotional health, self-esteem, and quality of life areas, whereas ineffective coping styles have been linked to increased discomfort, anxiety, and depression, according to scientific evidence. So, meron pong mga study about psychological resilience na naglilink po sa coping mechanisms, which na nagpapa-enhance po ng psychological resilience po nila. Ganun po.
Okay. So psychological resilience linked to coping mechanism. You've made mention of the RRL. Have you found any related journal or study na ni-measure nila yung psychological resilience ng students? I'm quite interested to know if you have encountered such journal or research article. In any country or in any journal.
Yes po, ma'am. We
Yes,
have
Alden. You have a journal article.
yes that says that women are psychologically resilient um, more than men.
Is it on the context of a university situation or setting, Ali? Yung
Um,
journal.
no po, it's from like hospitality. I mean, in the medical concept po.
Okay. I think I have last two questions na lang. The the second to the last question is, um, since i-measure nyo yung psychological resilience, I'm actually thinking if, di ba sabi niya, magbe-benefit ang college, ganyan. So, since hindi naman siya talaga parang focus on hospitality operations or business operations, na i-consider ba ng group to include the other colleges in your university to be respondents so that you can compare, the CHTM students have higher psychological resilience than education or nursing. Have you considered that?
Yes po, ma'am. But for now po kasi, of course, we want to focus in our own department po muna.
Alright. Okay. Actually, isa yon, parang maganda yung concept na gusto nyo. Parang sana mas, siguro in the future research, pwede nilang mapalawak. And my last question would be, what will be the significant contribution of your study? For example, na-accomplish nyo na yung study and nalaman nyo, CHTM students have, for example, high psychological resilience. So what will be its significant contribution to the field of hospitality management? I think Russell haven't answered. Tama ba ako? Yeah, Russell, because we're grading you individually now, so I'd like you to answer that.
Ma'am, pa-repeat mo ng question.
Okay. Russell, what will be the significance? So after going through this research, this very good research, what will be its significant contribution to the hospitality management research or to the field of hospitality management?
Ma'am, naglalag.
Ay, sorry. Okay. Siguro I'll ask na lang, naglalag ba ako? Okay.
Hindi ma'am,
Siguro,
okay lang. Maliwanag ma'am yung audio niyo.
alright. Sige
Okay.
po, Prof. Ayun. So, Russell, my question is, so halimbawa nalaman nyo na CHTM students have high psychological resilience, for example. So what will be its contribution to the field of hospitality management? Or anyone from the group, if hindi ata ako naririnig ni Russell? Okay. Okay, i-follow up ko na rin kasi I noticed in your questionnaire there's a neutral option. So what if after conducting the study ang lumabas neutral ang psychological resilience? So what will be its contribution to the hospitality management field? If ang lalabas at the end of conducting the study ay neutral psychological resilience. So that's my last question. Thank you.
First po, ma'am, we would be expecting po na, of course, the whole college will also help its students po. So I think we will be focusing more on that po muna. Kasi for now po, there are many people po na confused. Even in our own field po, I somehow managed to see that some of my classmates po are still confused since we are still in online learning po. Some are still adjusting until now po.
Okay. So in the context of education, last one na lang na hirit. Actually, while reading your paper, inisip ko nga, pwede rin to sa alumni nyo who are working in the field. Na baka ano ba yung psychological resilience nila being sa field at naabutan ng pandemya. So just, you might want also to consider that possibility so that instead of the students, it would be your very own alumni who are working in the hospitality management field. So makadagdag tayo sa literatures about psychological resilience of hospitality employees. So you might want to consider that as well. So Prof. Alden, I think those are my questions for Group 1. Thank you po.
Thank you, Ma'am Madel. Can we have Dr. Manzano for your question, sir?
Thank you, Sir Alden. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning po.
Can I
Good
see a
morning.
smile on your faces? It seems that you're very tense. Ngumiti muna kayo. No, it's still
Kaya,
early.
sir, nakangiti na ako, sir. Ako pala, nakangiti.
Masyadong ninenervyos ang ating
Oo
mga
nga,
estudyante.
Ngiti-ngiti
Relax,
naman.
guys. Relax.
Relax lang.
As mentioned by Dr. Ocampo, no, we're here to help you out. We're not here to judge you or to say that your paper is wrong. No, we're here to let you to make your paper better. Okay? So relax and take it constructively. Everything that we say is for the benefit of having a good paper. Okay? So relax, ha? Okay. Tinakot ata kayo ng ibang grupo eh. Parang kayo nauna eh. Okay, so I'll just have a few questions, but the rest of my comments will be sent through the grade sheets na lang for in consideration of time, no. Pero let me go now. No, I agree with Dr. Ocampo that this paper is good, no. It's a good paper, but somehow I also agree with her that parang ang question ko is parang kaya bang itawid ng aming mga estudyante sa HM yung topic na ito, kasi what I'm looking at is psychological resilience. Okay, when you talk about psychological resilience, medyo these are issues that involves mental health, tama ba mga anak? Okay, so can I just ask one question first? In layman's term, or in the easiest way that you can explain, what do you mean when you say psychological resilience? Sa pinakamadaling salita na naiisip nyo or pinakasimpleng pagkakaintindi nyo, ano ang psychological resilience? Anybody can answer.
Ako po. So the psychological resilience can be defined as the ability to recover from hard situations po.
Okay, so ability to recover from
Hard situations po.
bad situation. Okay. So paano mo ngayon, ang tanong ko, kasi yun ang gusto nyong aralin, no? Kakayahan ng mga tao para makabawi, no, sa nangyaring masama. So how do you now measure, or based on your paper, how do you now measure psychological resilience of the students? Paano nyo susukatin? Or paano nyo masasabi na resilient sila? Paano nyo masasabi na hindi sila resilient? Tatanungin nyo ba sila isa-isa? At pag sinagot nila, resilient ako, hindi ako resilient ako. So pag mas marami ba nagsabi na resilient sila, can we conclude that they are psychologically resilient?
Sir, we're going to conduct survey questionnaires po para po makita po namin if they're psychologically resilient or not.
Like specific questions in your survey, how will you say that they are resilient? What are those specific questions in your survey? They will answer, they will respond to your questions, no? and sasabihin, parang ano yan parang question niya na nalulungkot ka ba o hindi. Yun, tatanungin niyo diretso sa estudyante yun, di ba? May mga sasagot, hindi ako nalulungkot, masaya ako. Pero alam natin na minsan, hindi yun yung tamang sagot ng isang tao kasi despite nalulungkot siya, ang sinasagot niya, masaya ako. Okay, so that would be very difficult now to determine really kung masaya siya o hindi. Ganon din dito yung resilience. Sabi, hindi, okay lang ako, resilient ako. Will that be the basis? Kasi ang iniisip ko rito, since this is psychological, kaya nga tayo merong mga tinatawag na psychometrician or yung experts, no, pagdating sa psychological issues. Okay? So baka hindi natin mapalabas, no, or yung tinatawag na measurement of true resilience. Yun lang naman yung question ko. Ang concern ko siguro is if you really intend to pursue this particular topic, baka kailangan nyo ng assistance ng isang psychology major to help you out, really determine, no, ano yung proper measure or proper instrument to use to evaluate the resilience or the psychological resilience of the students. Yun lang naman. Maybe you can discuss this with your advisor later on and try to see how are you going to proceed with this one. Kasi sa akin, napakalalim na pag sinabi nating psychological resilience. Okay? Okay? Hello? Okay.
Yes po.
Last 3 questions. What is the theoretical basis of your paper? Kasi sabi nga kanina ni Dr. Ocampo, no? Bakit ganito ang variable nyo? Nakafocus lang sa demographic. Ano pa yung ibang variable nyo? Kaya hinahanap ko ngayon yung theoretical basis niya. Or anong theory ang ginamit niyo para maging guide sa pag-conduct ng study na ito? Kasi doon sa theory na yon, maaaring kumuha kayo ng additional variables para yun ang susukatin ninyo, no? Itatapat ninyo doon sa inyong demographic profile para malaman ninyo kung resilient nga o hindi ang mga estudyante ng HM or ng CHTM. Okay? So anong theory ang ginamit ninyo? Meron ba kayong ginamit?
Bali, sir, kasama po sa variable namin is family and religion din po.
Is that a demographic profile? Yung family, religion? Hindi.
Hindi. Yung sa demographic po is age, sex, religion, and college level po. Then meron po kaming other variables like family, school, and spiritual po.
Okay. Family, school, and spiritual. Saan nyo nakuha yung family, school, and spiritual? Bakit nyo naisip na yun ang itapat ninyo sa demographic profile? May nabasa ba kayo?
Bali,
Yes.
sir, sa family po kasi, pinakamalapit po na nalilink po sa one person is family po. So, we added family po.
Based on what you have read or based on your own interpretation?
Both po, sir.
Okay. So may basis ang family. Is it included in the RRL?
Yes po.
Yes po.
Ano yung sinasabi ng RRL? Bukod sa family, meron pa ba siyang ibang variables na binanggit? Sinabi rin ba yung iba nyo sinabi? Family, ano pa yun?
School po.
School,
And spiritual po.
And spiritual. Okay. So yung tatlong yon, may nahanap ba kayo na nagsasabi na etong tatlong to, napaka-importante nito sa psychological resilience? Meron ba?
Yes po, sir.
Anong theory yon, Iha?
Bali, sir, we have po from Karpman et al. 2020, students have sought comfort and guidance from trusted parents, teachers, and other caregivers. These relational adaptive systems have mobilized to reassure students who are fearful for the health and safety of themselves and others, as well as the uncertainty related to dramatic lifestyle changes of shutdowns and social distancing. Parents and other caregivers have established new family routines to accommodate COVID-19 restrictions, such as new work and school schedules and differences in childcare availability. Parents who continued to be employed were challenged to balance work responsibilities with new duties of students in remote learning and measures to help minimize potential infection exposures of family members. Parents who lost hours at work or were laid off were challenged to meet their families'
Okay.
basic
So
needs.
so parents ito, parents. Yung isa, so instead na parents lang ginawa nyo family. Okay? How about school? Merong school na nabanggit dyan?
Yes po. According to Leinin and Yobas et al.
Okay.
2021.
How about spiritual?
Yes, we also have, sir, spiritual.
Okay. So those, okay. So sige, kakat ko na lang ha. So those RRLs that you have gathered, no? You discuss them in your theoretical framework. Okay? Kasi yun yung magiging yun yung magiging basihan ng inyong paper para makonduct yung study. Okay? Yun nakuha nyo. Ganun ang ating basis, no, pagdating sa theoretical framework. Kasi napansin ko wala kayong theoretical framework. Tapos biglang sumulpot si family, biglang sumulpot si na walang explanation. Kasi lahat ng elements ng research paper, connected lahat yan, interconnected. So bago ka makabuo ng isang SOP, dapat meron kang basis, no? Actually, connected dapat yan sa inyong conceptual framework. Yung conceptual framework nyo, napansin ko, medyo disjointed siya sa inyong statement of the problem. Hindi niya nire-reflect yung mga questions ninyo or yung mga SOPs ninyo. So dapat tugma-tugma siya. Okay? Suggestion ko lang, go back and review your conceptual framework and align it with your statement of the problems. Okay? Also, I noticed in your IPO, no, you use the IPO model for your conceptual framework, correct? Why did you decide IPO? Sige, explain nyo na lang ha. Ngayon, yung inputs, process, output, paki-review nyo rin. Pag sinabi nating inputs, ano yung mga variables na kinonsider nyo? Okay? So, hindi lang demographic profile ang dapat na nandun. Pagdating naman sa process, ano yung mga tools and instruments that you use, no? And then, pagdating sa output, yung output hindi siya yung result ng survey ninyo. Ang output should be, based from that result, what can your study contribute or produce? Whether it's a document, a manual, a guideline, a plan, or something, no? That is what we call as an output. Okay? And last question. Why are you measuring the relationship rather than the difference, no? Do sa inyong last SOP. Why are you measuring the relationship of the demographic profile and the different variables that you mentioned? Why not the difference? Okay, so you think about it and try to revise it, no? If is it a cause and effect? Kung cause and effect yan, so dapat regression analysis yan. Kung comparison naman, that's difference, no? So you ask for what is the significant difference. Pag correlation, tinitingnan nyo doon yung relationship or being related ng mga variables. Okay? Nakuha, mga anak? Okay, so that would be all for me and I will be sending my comments later. Congratulations, guys. Sir Alden, I'm done na po.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Manzano, no? Okay. So, sa akin na lang is more of a comment and observation na lang muna, no? Okay. I have to agree with our two panelists. Actually, when I was reading the paper, no, what strikes me is the title itself, no, resilience, psychological resilience, and being our students, no, most of our training is on service, di ba? Hospitality, no? Ano lang ako, nagtaka lang ako, why would you dwell on something that you are not trained of? Okay? So medyo maganda yung paper per se, but we're not saying hindi nyo kaya, but the topic itself, no, as mentioned by Dr. Ocampo, no, maganda yung sinabi niya, no, what significant contribution would the study create for the hospitality management, no, as a whole, no? So, yun yung nakita namin, ano, no? Okay, anyway, let me go lang doon sa mga ilang details, no? Okay, I would like to be honest with you, no, guys, no? And also, this is also a ano, parang info rin din sa ayan, kay Ma'am Beth, kay Sir Mark, and also kay Dr. Manzano, that the URDC right now has released a new TOR, no, terms of reference with regards to conducting researches among stakeholders of Trinity, or among students, faculty, or anybody which is part of the organization, no? So meaning, yung protocol natin when we are asking for permission to gather data, let's say for example, students, sir, ano kami, survey kami sa mga estudyante ng HRM. Okay, yung permit natin, for everybody's information, no, yung permit natin would not only go through the dean, okay, but through the URDC recommendatory and final approval of the Vice President for Academic Affairs. With that said, I would like you to improve your data gathering procedure. Okay? So medyo titingnan natin maigi yun, no? Of course, you'll be needing to go through ethics committee. So anyway, I'm still looking at it, no? Whether merong mga ano, no, merong mga ilang parts doon that would catch the eye of the reviewer, no, ethics reviewer, no. Okay, now I was looking at the questionnaire. If I may ask, no, is this a researcher made instrument? Kayo ba ang gumawa ng research instrument? Kayo ba mismo ang sulat?
Nag-base po kami sa mga ibang studies po.
Ayan, very good. So, meaning, this is more of an adapted instrument. Tama ba?
Yes po.
Okay. Now, have you mentioned in your paper that the instrument you are using has been adapted? Kunyari, this instrument was adapted from the research of Dr. Manzano, from ganito, and then we are, tapos, hindi muna ako magde-dwell dun sa, sa mga, yung, anong tawag mo dun, Sir Dutch, yung evaluation, or anong tawag mo dun, sa mga instrument. I forgot, nasa dulo ng tila.
Validity.
Validity. Okay, hindi muna tayo. Okay, sigurado you would have to validate the questionnaire. Pero yun lang munang una. Have you mentioned in your paper that you are adapting a questionnaire? Well, if not, you have to do that, ha? Okay, kasi that's plainly plagiarism pagka hindi tayo nag-cite. And in most cases, if you have adopted the whole paper, except for those paper that published na okay yan, yung kumbaga parang yung open for everybody, no? Like yung kay Parusarama na mga instrument. You have to actually ask permission using the instrument from the author of the instrument. Okay? So, yun lang. Yung mga ilang parts lang yun na medyo importante. Okay? So, again, no? And then, of course, alam ko meron na kayong abstract, but as you would go along with your paper, you need to improve your abstract, no? Ayan. So, and then, of course, I have to agree with Dr. Manzano as I was looking at the paper, yung, ang tawag dito, yung conceptual framework, no? And it should also be based in in a sound, no, theoretical framework, no. Okay, so kindly take note of these observations, no, and you might want to look at this to further improve your paper. Okay, well, thank you. Yun lang po. Okay, so if I would like to request the rest of the group to get out of the cloud for about siguro 2 to 3 minutes, and we will try to discuss your okay, thank you students. Balik kayo after 3 minutes lang.
Okay po, sir. Thank you.
Thank you po. Thank you po.
Ayun, okay, maganda. Okay, yun lang, tama yung mindset na, pare-pareho lang din iniisip natin, no? Pang psychology. Medyo yung expertise, kaya tama ka, Boss Dodge. Medyo baka mahirapang itawid nga kung sakali. No? But the paper is worthy naman yan. Ma'am?
Siguro, sir, if I may, with the permission of Dr. Ocampo, maybe we can change the the direction of instead of measuring the resiliency, baka pwedeng alamin na lang ng mga bata yung mga tawag dito, coping mechanisms na ginagawa ng mga estudyante.
Yes,
that are related to HM or to TM, no? Halimbawa, ano ba ang coping mechanism na related sa HM na pwede nilang gawin, like cooking or
yun na. Ano rin ako dyan, agree ako dyan, sir, para medyo it would be medyo likely lang naman.
Para mas swak din siya sa HM at saka or sa TM na sa CHTM. Oo, kasi ultimo ako, hindi ko pangangahasan na gawin yan, i-measure yung resilient.
Ako rin, medyo malalim. Malalim lang ng konti. Yun din ang parati kong sinasabi sa mga ibang mga estudyante. Marami silang, hindi porke merong salitang hospitality, pang hospitality na kagad.
Oo.
So, medyo lumiliko ng konti. Tsaka yung expertise kasi nila, nasa yan, service, yan. Ako, I have to agree, no? Yung na yan. Pero, psychology, ito lang ang masasabi ko, being part of the ethics committee, no? Medyo critical sila when it comes to questions. Kaya tinitignan ko maigi yung questionnaire nila. Pag dumaan sa ethics committee yan, baka isablay kasi may psychologist kaming kasama doon. May mga tinatawag na tayong triggers. Alam niyo yan, yung pag pinagbigyan mo ng questions, biglang iiyak na lang, hindi mo alam ano ba nasabi ko kayo. They are very, very conscious about it. Kaya,
hindi naman tayo expert doon.
Oo, kaya ang worry ko lang I'm not saying na hindi papasa or what, no? Baka it may go to another protocol na medyo teka muna. Ganun tama yung sinabi mo, Doc Dodge. Mag-hire sila ng expert psychology that would give that paper. Even yung student ng psychologist kasi, they are not allowed to interpret yung mga ganyan. They need to have an expert opinion by a registered psychologist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ganun kahigpit, no? Kaya minsan kasi tinasabi nila, ang babaw naman ng dahilan nyo, etc., etc. No. Minsan kasi, hindi nila alam kasi yung mga mga nitty-gritty part nung mga paper. Kaya kami minsan sabi nila, "Oh, ba't di mo pa pinalusot 'to?" Vulnerable group 'yan eh. Kumbaga, ano 'yan eh, hindi pwedeng kasama 'yan. Hindi namin sinasabi sa ethics na bawal 'yan, but it would require a new set of protocol. Katulad no, kunyari magi-interview kami ng mga bata. O sige, mag-interview kayo. Papayagan 'yan, but with the guidance of a child psychologist. Mga ganon. Ayan. Kaya yun lang ang medyo ano ko doon. Siguro nga, tama, yung direction, baka pwede nating baguhin na lang yung direction. But with almost the same idea.
All right. Sir, so are we proposing a new title? So we'll change from psychological resilience to coping mechanism.
Siguro.
So
Para
will
lang
this be
medyo-
parang sort of assessing their coping mechanism, sir? Parang ganun.
Pwede naman perception.
Or perception. Okay, sir.
Oo, madali lang naman 'yun kasi ano lang naman, survey lang naman 'to eh. Kumbaga parang tama yung si Sir Dutz, baka tanong lang, what have they done during pandemic to more or less release some of their angst, their anxiety, mga ganun lang. Medyo related din sa ano.
So yung
I would like to ask the members of course of the panel also.
Can we decide po for the title of their paper since we are moving to giving another directions for the paper. So perception on the coping mechanism of SAGE-STEM students po ba?
Mark?
Yes,
Yes,
Doc Ocampo.
If I may interrupt, I think we have given the students parang several options on how they could
Okay.
tweak. Parang may mga input si Dr. Manzano, tapos si Prof. Tolentino. So I think they could discuss it with their advisor, how they could, kasi na-review nila yung lahat ng literatures eh. So posible alam nila kung paano to itatawid para maging akma. Like, coping mechanism ba ito for the hybrid or online learning, or kung ano man na makikita nilang mas relevant, or skills acquisition, parang gano'n, coping mechanism in acquiring skills of ganyan. So I think best if muna sila, i-discuss nila with advisor, pero I agree with the head na siya, more of perception on the coping mechanisms or kung ano mang gusto nilang tahaking.
All right. So
We can give them the
perception
option na lang, sir.
Go ahead, Doc.
We can give them the option na lang po siguro, sir, to revise their title, but we can give inputs na lang on specific areas that they can consider lang. So parang may
Okay.
limitations lang sila.
Okay, sige, sir. Sige po, pabalikin na lang po natin muna yung
Okay,
mga
thank you, sir.
student.
Ay, ano bang ano natin? Major? Minor?
Minor lang, akin minor.
Okay.
Minor.
O, sa akin major Maiba lang.
Then sir, sa 7, kasi po pag minor, 86 to 95. Pag po major, 76 to 85.
Opo. Oo nga eh. Kasi ang ano ko lang,
Accepted with major? Parang baliktad ata to. Tama, sorry. Tama.
Opo.
ang ano ko lang kasi medyo mababago yung direction nila, mababago rin yung kanilang SOPs.
Most likely.
Oo. So pati yung baka pati kanilang mga frameworks babaguhin din nila. So
Major.
So
Major.
pero siguro ano na lang, hindi naman indicative yung yung major or minor sa grades nila. Siguro we can give them if we think that they perform better than the limit of grades sa
Okay.
major. Oo. Pero okay naman yun, siguro bigyan na lang higher grade. Pero with regards to the paper, medyo revisions kasi kung marami. Ayun po.
medyo maraming revisions. So, pero most likely tama rin naman yung ano natin, yung table
Opo.
natin dito. Kasi ganun din yung nakikita kong grades nila. So so far.
Opo. Opo. Sige po.
Thank you, sir. Can you kindly, sir, call them back
Sir,
para
sir.
ma-invite it.
Papasok na po sila. Thank you. All right, students, you may now open your camera. So, para makita namin ang inyong mga magagandang mukha before Sir Alden give you the result of your presentation or the defense for today. Thank
Si
you.
Miss Flores, hindi ko nakilala.
Oo nga.
Si Ali.
Oo nga. Medyo, binatang-binata na itong
Oo,
siya.
ang pogi na ni Ali.
Binatang-binata. Naka-coat eh. Anyway, I would like to congratulate the group for presenting your paper, no? Okay, we know that, and we would like to take note also that talagang pinaghirapan nyo rin naman yung mga papers. Okay, but of course, there are a lot of things that you have to work out with your paper, no? Okay, if I may summarize yung mga suggestions namin, no? Okay, we all agree that medyo leaning towards yung ibang discipline kasi yung paper natin. So, with the help of your advisor, andito ba si Ma'am Beth? Wala pa. Anyway, you may take this out to your advisor na. You may want to, kumbaga, change the focus, no? But not the whole topic of the paper, no? So, change the focus into more or less, let's say, for example, coping mechanism, no? Of HRM or HM or tourism students, no? Okay? So, kindly, take note of that. Plus, the suggestions that will be given by the panelists, no? I think I have written a few of here which I will be sharing to Sir Mark after the activity. So medyo may mga tinype lang ako dito, and then i-aabot ko na lang kay Sir Mark. Of course with the permission of my other two panelists. Okay, so anyway, the paper is accepted with of course major revision, no? Okay? So, thank you and congratulations.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Everyone.
Thank you
Okay,
po.
thank you.
Still, congratulations.
Parang hindi yata
Can we have a photo of?
Picture.
accepted yung paper ninyo.
Sir Mark, siguro maganda ang picturean sa una. Kasi ayaw nang ngumiti ng
Opo,
mga
sir.
estudyante pag
Oo, Ali lang ngumiti.
Ayan, napangiti na si Ali, oh.
Ali, pare.
Okay.
Ngumiti ka naman dyan.
Alright, sige po. Can we ask everyone to smile? Alright, and then 1, 2, 3, smile. Alright. So thank you very much.
Congratulations again.
Congratulations again. Okay, sige.
Thank you po.
Chloe, can you please send a picture link?
Thank you po.
Sige, thank you, ha.
Hello, sir.
Maingay ba yung
Kayo ba
background ko?
nag-screenshot?
Maingay ba yung mga ibon ko, Sir Alden? Hindi naman, no?
Hindi naman. Baka ibon ko yung naririnig mo, boss. Maraming ibon din dito.
Yung ano kasi, may ahas kanina eh. Kaya natakot yung mga ibon eh.
Nako.
May ahas na naman sa'yo?
Oo. Favorite na akong dalawin ng mga snakes. Ba yan? Ay, sorry, Dr. Ocampo, ah.
Sir Mark,
Okay.
Itong grade makikita ng mga estudyante?
Hindi sir, ako lang yan.
Okay. So, ilagay na namin sa comments and suggestions yung ilang mga ano rito.
Opo.
Sir Mark, mamaya ako na ilang ilagay sa akin, ah.
Opo, Doc
After
Dux.
ng defense.
Opo.
Salamat, Doc.
Yun po.
let's go to the next.
Sige sir, papasok na po sila.
Bali, anong group ito?
Ano sir, customer service. Ay, ano
Sila
pala,
Chloe.
plant-based, tama ba?
Nasobrahan ng nervyos. Sila Chloe.
Oo nga po sir. Eh.
Eto susunod sila Arvin to, no?
Opo.
Group ano to? Group
Una kasi,
Group
Group 2
2,
sir,
sir.
Group 2.
group
Si
two?
plant-based.
Plant-based. Plant-based.
Texon, Justin.
Apo, apo.
I think. Apo.
Yes sir, sila Justin Texon.
Mayroon akong hindi nabasang papel.
Baka yung sa last group sir.
Oo.
Yung group 5.
Oo, hinahanap ko
Teka,
rin
sir.
kay Sir Mark yung ano eh. Yung isa, yung last group
Yung-
ata yun. Nawala si
Ito.
Diego.
Amio. Customer satisfaction ba to? On plant-based?
Opo sir. Plant-based food.
Okay. On plant-based food. Okay.
Si Chef Franco yung ano, yung advisor po. Biglas lang ata si Chef Franco ngayon.
Uy, ang aking mga babies pa to nung huli ko mag-estudyante. Ngayon, mga mamat dalaga na, oh.
Correct ka dyan, boss.
Yung si Rosette, ang laki na ng in-improve mo, ah. Ano ka na? Grown lady ka na. Ganon din si Crisel.
Ano din, mga third year na yan, no? Oo,
Oo.
nabot ko to ng face-to-face eh.
Sila
Doon kami sa high
Jasmine,
school
oh.
eh.
Dati para lang
Wait
kayong mga
lang,
grade
oh.
6.
Off topic lang. Crisel, sinong namatay pala? Amyo. Miss Amyo.
Siya yung nanay ko po.
Ay, nanay mo. Condolence
Okay.
ha.
Condolence, Ina.
Sir.
Condolence.
My condolences.
Mm-mm.
Are you
Sige,
okay?
group leader, maybe we can proceed. Kindly introduce the group members and then after your introduction, we'll proceed with the Q&A na po. Thank you. Mr. Texon, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sige
Ba't nga
po.
pala wala si Arvin?
Oo nga, nasaan si Arvin? Baka nasa kabilang bahay, nasa kabilang GC.
Pakitawag nyo na.
Ay, nako, Arvin.
Sige, you can start without him para ano we can go
Anyway, kilala naman namin si Arvin. So,
Oo.
mamaya na lang siya sa Q&A part.
Oo, susunod na lang kamo pero kailangan bilis-bilisan niya.
Oh, si Arvin na lang lahat sasagot ng tanong ko, ha?
Sige.
Ang grade niya nakadepend kay Arvin.
Oo, yun na lang.
Game. Thanks.
Okay, start. Kindly introduce yourself and then we proceed to the Q&A.
So, good morning to all the panelists. Good morning, Sir Mark. My name is Ferdinand Constantino M. Diego.
My name is Crisel Sinet Kaylin B. Amio.
My name is Matthew Azul.
And my name is Monica Rosete.
And I'm Justin Kalem Texon.
We are Group 2 and we're going to present our research, which is customer satisfaction on plant-based food within Quezon City.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, let me introduce to you your panel. No, we have for our external panelists, Dr. Maria Madel Ocampo. For our internal panelists, we have Dr. Ronald Manzano, and of course yours truly as the chairman of this of the panel. Okay, so can we now proceed with the question and answer portion of your paper? I would like to ask Dr. Manzano to draw the first blood. Sir
Good
Dudes?
morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Morning,
Morning,
sir.
sir.
Sige. I would like to see you all smile first para mawala yung tension. Okay, masyado kayong tensionado.
Siguro maganda ba magpa-picture muna tayo habang nakangiti sila?
Oo. Picture muna tayo.
Arvin,
can you open your camera, iho?
Ayan, so
Wait lang, sir,
picture
ha?
na tayo.
Wala ako sa sa laptop. Ayan, nabalik na.
Ayan. Picture na mamaya para diretso na tayo mamaya pagka lumabas.
Magpipicture na tayo habang fresh pa kayo kasi baka mamaya
habang fresh pa
pagkatapos
kayo.
ng duets hindi na kayo makangiti. Okay? So,
Alvin,
smile everyone and 1, 2, 3, smile. Alright, thank you.
Wala bang camera tong si Arvin?
Arvin?
Anyway, sige, let's move on to the question and answer. Sige, Sir Dudes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I just have 2 questions and 1 comment. Okay. So to make everything easier for all of you. Okay. So number 1, okay, based on your title, what is the direction or the objective of your study? Can you explain to us in a simple way, no, the objective of your or the direction of your study? Anybody can answer. Hello?
Basically, sir, our study focus on plant-based foods, and we have 4 categories of food quality, which is texture, taste, freshness, and pricing. And our main respondents would be the customers of plant-based restaurants.
So, with the plant-based restaurant, what do you intend to pursue after you have identified these plant-based restaurants? Go ahead, Mr. Diego.
Well, sir, we pursue this study because we would like to know the comments, reaction, and thoughts to the customers on what can they say about consuming plant-based food. Of course, we need to know their satisfaction, especially to vegetarians and vegans as well, sir. And because in conducting this study, this could make people realize that plant-based are also healthy for us, and we want to show them or expand the study to make them realize that this plant-based food or plant-based product have a health benefit and bring a huge impact.
So you are trying to provide evidences that plant-based food products are healthy and good for everybody.
Plant-based food, yes, sir.
Okay. So with that, what will be the recommended output, no, of your paper? What will be the final output of your paper? If in case, no, you have already conducted your study and you already have the results, no, what will now be these results turned into? Ano ang mangyayari sa resulta at ano ang paggagamitan nyo? Ano yung nais nyong i-produce out of your paper? That's my second question. Pwedeng magsalita, walang bayad ang pagsasalita mga anak.
Yes po, wala pong bayad
Ano
yan.
po, sir? To give knowledge po about sa plant-based food po.
Okay, so sabi ni Princess to give knowledge. How are you going to give knowledge, anak? Paano ka magbibigay ng knowledge? Paano mo siya i-convert? So halimbawa, ako hindi ko alam yung paper ninyo. Tapos kayo nakapag-produce kayo ng paper. Paano nyo ipapaalam sa akin bilang stranger or bilang someone that you would like to help out, no? So ano yung gagawin ninyo sa resulta ng paper ninyo? Gagawa ba kayo ng magazine? Yes, go ahead, Justin.
Sir, by gathering the ideas and reviews of the customers of plant-based products, plant-based foods, the other people will have an idea about plant-based.
Oo nga, Justin. Halimbawa, nag-gather na natin lahat, no? Yung resulta. O, ito, nakita natin. Ito yung mga healthy food, ito yung mga healthy treats, no? And then, what will you do with it? Hindi ko naman malalaman yan, di ba? Halimbawa, research paper nyo yan, o nahanap nyo na lahat. Paano ko malalaman? Anong gagawin ninyo? Or ano yung magiging paraan ninyo para ma-share yung information? Or kung ano man yung gusto nyong hanapin. Arvin, do you have any suggestion, Iho?
For me, sir, siguro po, sir, i-discuss po namin yung title research po namin sa mga strangers. So, they will also know na they will also learn about plant-based food restaurants and what is capabilities. Yun po, sir.
Matthew, do you agree with Arvin?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. We are all in agreement. Okay, so my observation, so I would just like to share with you my observation. Anyway, I will also be including these observations in the grade sheet, no? So that you will have access later. It will be shared probably by Sir Doc Mark to you, no? So napansin ko lang, no, there are inconsistencies in your chapters 1 to 3. There are supposed to be elements that should be included but are not clearly explained. Okay, so especially in your questionnaires, no? So, dapat yung inyong SOP, sorry, hindi questionnaire, SOP pala. Sa inyong SOP, connected yan sa inyong conceptual framework. And then yung inyong explanation sa chapter 2, yung mga discussions ninyo ng related literature, you have to present it according to how you presented the SOPs. Magkakasunod-sunod lang yun dapat. Okay? And then, I noticed, no, there is no tawag dito, theoretical framework, no? So ano yung naging basihan ninyo? Bakit nyo na-establish yung mga variables ninyo? So you have to identify those, no? You have to identify your theoretical framework so that you will be able to justify bakit yung mga variables na yun ang ginamit ninyo. Okay? And then in chapter 3, you have to review again, no, yung research design, sample size, no, yung mga data, no, on how you're going to gather your paper. Okay? Nakuha nyo, mga anak?
Yes po.
Yes,
okay. Thank you very much. Sir Alden, I'm done na po. Thank you very much po.
Thank you, Doc Dodge, no? Mama Ocampo, would you like to ask your question?
Yes po. Thank you po, Sir Alden. Good morning, Group 2. Ayan, smile kayo. Parang, oo nga eh. Mag-smile. Actually, my first question is about plant-based food in restaurants. Because in your introduction, you made mention of the terms vegetarian, vegan, and plant-based foods. So, I'm impressed, parang ang advisor niyo pa is a chef. So, can you tell me the differences kapag sinabing plant-based food, vegetarian, vegan? How are they used in your paper? Ano ba to? Interchangeable ba to? Or may similarities in the definition so that we could establish it in your introduction? So anyone? Am I lagging, Sir Mark? Narinig po ba yung question?
No, ma'am. Loud and clear
Yes
po.
po, narinig po.
Yung audio.
Okay po.
Um,
Yes,
Any
go
one
ahead.
of the group. Any one of the group can answer, ha?
Ma'am, sorry po, pakiulit po yung tanong. I'm so sorry po.
It's okay. My question is, can you operationally define, or probably a literature definition of plant-based food? So, parang paano ba siya natin makakonsider plant-based restaurants? Or yung mga nakikita ko kasi na terms ay vegetarian, vegan. So, parang nakikita ko sila dun sa introduction niyo, like, yung plant-based food, gusto nyong malaman, especially yung mga vegetarians. Ayan. Pag sinabi bang plant-based, does it mean vegetarian or vegan? Or ano yung kaibahan nila? So basically, that's my first question. Group 2.
Pag plant-based food po, it is a alternatives to meat. The plant-based food is like a resemblance to it. It tastes like meat, but the ingredients are all vegetables. Po.
Thank you, Justin Kyle. So pag sinabi bang plant-based, ibig sabihin parang ano siya?
Alternatives po to meat.
But not the same. Kasi hindi ako
Yes.
chef. Ayun. So I would like also to be educated on the differences. So how about vegan and veganism, vegetarianism? So yun yung mga terms na nabasa ko in your paper that ma-clarify. Yes.
Vegetarian, ma'am, is people, a person believes not eating meat, and vegan is person does not eat any food derived from animal.
So pag ba kumakain ako ng plant-based food, yes, sige, all right.
Basically, ma'am, vegan does not consume meat, while vegetarian does not consume meat and its animal products such as eggs and cheese derived from animals. We have included vegan and vegetarian because in plant-based restaurants, some of the customers are vegans and vegetarians. So that's why we have included it in our study.
Okay. Sige, last one na lang na clarification. Pag ba plant-based restaurant, ibig sabihin ba kapareho yun na sasabihin natin vegetarian restaurant?
Yes, ma'am. It has a similarity po.
Similarity but not exactly. So ano yung difference niya, if I may ask?
Difference po.
Yes.
Different.
Sabi mo similarity. Pwede ko bang pagpalitin ng gamit nun?
Pwede naman
Ng
po, ma'am.
plant-based? Are you sure? Alright. Sige. Alright. So actually that's my first question. Kasi parang plant-based food in restaurants and plant-based restaurants in your significance. So let me just clarify or i-ask kayo, ano ba talaga yung customer satisfaction na gusto nyong i-measure? Is it on the plant-based restaurants or the plant-based food in restaurants? Because that's in your title. But yeah. plant-based food in restaurants? Yun ba yung gusto natin pag-aralan? Yung food o yung restaurant?
The food po, ma'am.
Alright. So the food. Alright. Okay. So I have another question about your choice of variable, which is customer satisfaction. Kasi parang very interesting yung plant-based. So talagang binasa ko siya and I find it very interesting. So why did your group decide to focus on customer satisfaction? May I ask?
The reason why we focused on customer satisfaction because that is the major reflection of a restaurant po. When it comes to good food, it would give a satisfaction po for the customers. The good food would be the main focus of customer satisfaction, especially when it comes to the taste, texture, freshness, and pricing of the food.
Alright. So thank you, Justin, for telling us. If I may suggest, this is just a suggestion. Since chef yung advisor nyo, I think very deeply kaya niya kayong ma-assess on assessment. I'm actually thinking, bakit kaya hindi nyo like sensory evaluation of the plant-based food or the assessment of the food quality? So kumpletuhin natin yung mga dimensions with the aroma, ano ba, yung kompleto, the physical appearance, not just the texture, also the taste. And you could probably also dig deeper yung parang variable on the acceptability of plant-based food items. So parang, it's just a suggestion on my part to enrich your paper. So instead of just a customer satisfaction, since nga chef naman yung advisor nyo, siguro it would be better if you can substantiate your paper. Diba? Yung paano ba in-assess ng customers in terms of sensory? Okay ba yung taste, texture, ganyan. And then food quality, yung temperature and how sinerve yung packaging or kung ano mang dimensions. And probably the level of acceptability on the part of the consumers and not just their perception on customer satisfaction. Okay? Okay kaya yun? Do you think you can instead
Yes po,
of
noted po, ma'am.
Yes po.
Alright, thank you. Alright. So I also noticed in your scope and limitation, actually ang nakasulat doon more of data gathering procedure, but you will be conducting interviews and then nakalagay doon 385. That's correct or
Yes, actually, ma'am, we were hoping if kung pwede po babawasan yung 385. Like, my suggested po, is 150 respondents enough po ba for gathering survey and kasama na po yung interview po. I think 385 is too much for getting respondents na kasama na rin po yung interview po.
Okay. Ferdinand, are you asking us or?
Yes po, I'm asking po. Yes po.
So ibig bang sabihin yung nakasulat sa proposal niyo, you wanna change it now?
Yes po. I think kasi me and my team, my group mates kasi, I think 385 response are too much. We're asking po is 150 responded kung okay po ba yun na lang po yung target.
Right. So I think you can discuss it with your advisor and with your TIC. Also in the research culture of your university, if what is the minimum number of respondents for that. Pero for me personally, parang for an interview na 385, parang pang survey kasi yung number na yon. More
Yes,
of, oo, ganun nga siya kadami. So better if you consult it with your advisor and your faculty in charge. I cannot answer. So maybe later si
Okay,
Chair.
thank you.
Ma'am, sorry po. Let's proceed po sa question nyo po.
Okay.
With your question po, we will be conducting an interview and survey po. We are mixed methods po.
Mixed methods.
And it is,
So how many
yes,
for
in
the
for the interview, we would like to interview 5 to 7 customers po.
5 to 7
Yes po.
per restaurant? Total of how many
Yes.
yon, Mr. Texas?
Yun na po yung total for restaurants po. 5 to 7 overall when it comes to interview.
4 restaurants, tapos 5 respondents per restaurant.
As a whole na po yun. Overall na po.
So parang kung 4 na restaurants, pwedeng isa, dalawa, parang ganon, pwede, ganon.
Yes po.
Tapos
Opo.
for the survey, how many?
For the survey, we have used a website called Rouse of Online Computation, which it displays the sample size of a 385 respondents.
Okay. In 2 weeks, nakalagay dun sa paper nyo, in 2 weeks, you can do that. Okay. So what is your selection criteria for the respondents? Kasi parang may nabasa ko na you'd like to ask the vegetarians or anyone is parang has equal chances of being selected as a respondent.
Ma'am, based po sa demographic profile po ng mga customer.
I mean, how would you know if papasagutan natin sa kanya or sa kanya? How sure are we that that particular respondent have tried the plant-based food? Kasi 'di ba hindi naman lahat ng menu ng restaurant ay plant-based. Correct? So how would you know if yung napasagutan yung restaurant have tasted or have consumed a plant-based food?
Ano
Yun
po,
po yung... Sige.
kukuha po kami ng mga respondents po sa mga vegetarian restaurants po na included po namin sa study po namin.
Vegetarian restaurant? I think you have identified...
Plant-based food restaurants po.
Okay. So that's the reason why you should establish it in your introduction, ha? Yung kung pag gamitin nyo man siya interchangeably, okay pa din siya. Na-identify nyo na ba yung restaurants or not yet?
Na-identify na po.
We have already identified.
Okay.
Na-identify na po, ma'am. Yung
Okay. Yung 4.
4 selected restaurants po. Opo.
Alright. Okay. And then, I think it's just a suggestion on my part. You have to review the Likert scale for satisfaction. Parang siya ay poor, good, tapos satisfaction, tapos very satisfactory. So you can benchmark on the existing Likert scales in measuring customer satisfaction. Okay ba yun? And then, my suggestion also for your interview questions. So, kasi nakalagay, how are you going to describe? So most of your interview questions are, how do you describe here? How would you describe the taste of plant-based food? How do you describe the texture? Because you should, I think, meron at least man lang mga keywords, because for a common person na hindi knowledgeable on sensory evaluation, wala siyang masyadong adjectives or descriptors for the food items, baka mahirapan siya. So if I can suggest also in your survey questionnaire, instead of just writing freshness and then appearance of freshness, looks fresh, seems fresh, starting to stale, parang you can put sentences instead of just putting their pricing, expensive, affordable fare. Parang make it parang sentences and then use an appropriate Likert scale. Alright, I think those are my questions. Sir Alden po.
Yes po, ma'am. Noted po. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ocampo. Okay. Sige, let me follow up dun lang dun sa questions ni Ma'am, no? So, what are the 4 restaurants that you have considered?
Sir, those 4 restaurants are located at Quezon City.
Would you name the 4 restaurants?
Yes, sir. PBFR 1 is Greens. PBFR 2 is
again?
Daily Veggie and Cafe.
Okay.
PBFR
And then-
3 is Harvester's Vegetarian.
Okay.
PBFR 4 is the Vegetarian's Kitchen.
Okay. Could you give me the criteria why you have chosen those 4 restaurants?
The reason why we chose those 4 restaurants because of the familiarity of majority of the members of the group and as well as the proximity of the place.
Medyo
So
mababaw yung
that's the
criteria
reason.
natin. Parang mababaw yung criteria natin. It does puro convenience lang ng ano ng researcher, no? I mean, anything that would qualify, for example, ano ba yung ano na yan? Di ba dapat of course, sabi nyo nga kanina, they all offer vegetarian cuisine, right? Don't you think
Yes,
that should be part of the criteria? Hindi lang yung malapit lang sa researcher?
Yes, sir.
Eh, kung may tindahang malapit sa inyo, di yun na lang din ang kukunin ninyo?
The vegetarian cuisine din po, sir.
Okay, sige. On that note, I would like you to qualify as Dr. Ocampo mentioned that you have to operationally define, no? What is a plant-based restaurant? What makes that restaurant plant-based, no? So para we could we will be will not be at loss, no? Yan. Okay. Baka naman itong restaurant na is actually meron lang 1 or 2 menu that offers a vegetarian cuisine, no? Kunyari, meron lang siyang yung isa dalawang menu or item doon sa kanyang menu. Would that qualify that restaurant in your study? O kasi meron din akong alam na mga vegetarian restaurant. Alam mo yung Body? Are you familiar with that? Yung, ewan ko kung nag-i-exist pa yun, yung Body. Yung Body na restaurant. Marami
Opo.
kong nakita nun, matagal na sa
We're not familiar po.
sa food sa mga food court, no? Based on my observation, kasi madalas ako kumain sa food court, no? Walang ganang bumibili sa kanila, no? Vegetarian kasi sila, no? I would say 100% at the start, no, of their menu is all vegetable based, no, or plant based, no? Ayan, nakikita ko 'yan eh. Okay, meron din naman bumibili, no? But unfortunately, mga ilang panahon lang they offer meat kasi nga hindi nga nabebenta yung kanilang And eventually hindi ko na sila nakita doon, no? Okay. Anyway, just an observation, no? Now here in your paper, ano ba ang gusto nyong malaman, ha? Would you are you trying to kasi pag sinabi natin customer satisfaction, a while ago you were asked ano ba ang gusto nyong i-measure? It's yung food itself, right?
Yes, sir.
Tama ba? Not necessarily the restaurant eh. Am I right?
Yes po.
Yes, po, sir.
Do you all agree with that, ano?
Yes, sir. The food po.
Yes po, sir.
Yung food, okay. Yung food, okay. So,
Food quality po,
food.
sir.
So, if tama yung si ma'am na kung food talaga yung ano, you might want to focus more on the sensory evaluation of plant-based foods, no? And I guess mukhang mas maganda is yung acceptability but not necessarily customer satisfaction. Kasi when you say customer satisfaction, maraming maraming variables yan, no? Which also includes service of the restaurant. May mga instances na may mga restaurant hindi masyadong maganda yung quality ng food but the service is very good. So basically at the end maganda yung kanilang customer satisfaction rating, no? So if you really wanted to focus more on the food, then focus more on the food in terms of their sensory evaluation and of course acceptability. Okay.
Yes po.
Anyway, you just need to go back to your no? Okay. Now, another how do you call this? Another observation in your paper, no? You said that you'll be using mixed method, no? Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mixed method.
Yes, sir.
Going back dun sa comment ni Dr. Manzano, medyo naguluhan din ako doon sa no? There are a lot of inconsistencies with regards to the presentation of the paper, no? For example, yung yung data gathering procedure ninyo, which comes first, yung inyong questionnaire or the interview?
Questionnaire po yung mauuna, sir.
Okay, and then this is a researcher made
Yes po.
researcher made instrument.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So kayo ang gumawa ng instrument, no? Mukhang mukha naman, no? And siguro you need to really improve on the questionnaire, no? Okay? Ayan. Also, yung interview guide. Meron kayong interview guide, no? Tama ba?
Yes, sir. Meron.
Yes, sir.
Asa yung interview guide ninyo? What question would you ask sa interview guide? Medyo wala pa ata eh, no? I don't think it's part of the let me
Meron
just-
pong interview, sir.
Sir, meron po after ng
Okay. Siguro ihiwalay nyo tong interview guide, no? Okay, and improve
Yes
more
po,
on
sir.
the questionnaire, no? Anyway, marami pa namang pagkakataon para ma-improve ito, no? Okay, what else did I write here? Yan, and then of course yung data gathering procedure natin, no? Maybe later we could give you more suggestions with regards to the focus of the paper. Okay? Sige, thank you for this. May I request the group to leave the Gmeet for a while, siguro mga 3 to 5 minutes. We will just deliberate on your paper. Okay?
Babalik
Sige, thank
po
you.
ba, sir?
Leave muna kayo for 5 minutes and we'll be asking you to go back after 5 minutes. Ha? Magdi-deliberate muna.
Okay po, sir. Noted po.
Okay, thank
Okay
you.
po, sir.
Yes, po, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Sir? Okay. Medyo magulo nga. Pero ano naman, may laman naman. May laman naman. Okay naman yung Tama si ma'am. Nakita ko rin na hindi ko malaman kung they wanted to get the customer satisfaction of the restaurant or just plainly the flat-based, no? Oo. But the fact that hindi nila dinidiscuss kung anong restaurant yan, basically, they're more of dun sa plant-based. Okay? Oo. Kasi and then another question would be, sa akin lang, customer satisfaction. Maraming fase kasi yung customer satisfaction. Hindi lang the food itself. Kaya, so more or less, they really wanted to go to the, sa akin siguro, ang nakikita ko would be acceptability of plant-based. No?
Yes po.
More of the acceptability among vegan restaurants, no? Something like.
Yes. So para sir, para kahit hindi vegetarian, magko-qualify as respondent. Kasi kahit hindi ako vegetarian, pero I tried it, makakasagot ako ng, ay, hindi to acceptable. Parang gano'n.
Oo. Yan. At saka kasi may question ako dun yung selection nila ng restaurant, are they purely vegetarian? Kasi kung restaurants yung nila. Now, kung magpo-focus lang sila sa food, okay lang yon na hindi 100% vegan restaurant yung mga i-focus nila. So, okay lang na may mga menu na, kunyari, majority are vegans or what, no? So, ngayon, tama rin si ma'am, dapat i-pre-qualify din nila yung respondents nila. Those who have tried. Oo, kasi baka naman ang lumabas restaurant na naman ang kanilang nire-review or they trying to get information for, no? So, yun ang nakikita ko. Anyway, yun nga, medyo yun yung mga ko lang, yun yung sa questionnaire, yung interview guide, and then of course yung mga data gathering procedures natin. And of course yung theoretical framework plus yung design, no? Medyo hindi masyadong, magulo rin sa akin yung design. Hindi lang porke sinabing mixed method, maganda na. Hindi lang na-explain. Pero maganda talaga yung mixed method. Para sa akin. Anyway, Doc Dudes, would you like to,
I'm so sorry. I have to cut off the questions because I felt that the students are confused with what they want to do. The more they answer kasi, the more na parang nalilito na sila. So I would have wanted also to suggest, but the problem medyo gusto kong i-derive muna sa kanila kung ano yung objective talaga. Pero yun And then yung yung napansin ko kanina, even the other elements of the paper are in this array. So ayun po. I'm inclined to agree with you. We can lighten the topic by asking for yung preferences na lang or yung appreciation na lang. Rather than yung kasi customer doon pa lang po sa customer motivation kanina, parang na-shock na ako sa gusto nilang mangyari pero hindi naman related yung tinatanong. Walang variable na connected. So yun.
Kinabahan na.
Opo. So yun po.
So what do you propose, Doc Dudes?
I agree with your proposal to realign the direction of the paper. Doon na concentrate on the food area and then probably doon sa tawag dito, yung food food taste ba? Yun, sir? Sinasabi niyo. Ganun na lang, acceptability.
Yes.
Acceptability na lang po tayo
of food or plant-based.
Yes.
Menu. Among the 4 restaurants, no?
Yes, sir.
Kung yun ang
selected restaurant.
Selected restaurant na lang.
Na lang sila, quantitative na lang kasi pag nag-mix method pa sila, lalo silang nawawala sa kanilang direction. Kasi tatanungin ko sana sa kanila, anong klaseng mix method yan? Divergent, ganito. Causal exploratory. Kaso baka lalong mawala. So baka pwedeng i-simplify natin into na lang.
Survey.
Opo. Yun na lang po yun lang po ang suggestion ko.
Yes.
Okay. Acceptability of plant-based menu among the selected vegan restaurants in Quezon City.
Yeah, very good. Selected restaurant. Sinusulat.
Tapos pwede po sila mag-use ng reference on selecting alin ba yung legit na yung authenticity of the vegan restaurants for their selection instead of yung
Correct, ma'am.
Parang qualifier nila yon, no?
Yes, for the selection, basis for selection.
Authentic plant-based restaurant, kapatid.
Parang i-search muna nila kung alin ba yung
Noong una nga sabi nila, plant-based restaurant. Sabi ko, mayroon bang plant-based restaurant?
Nandun po kasi din sa paper nila yun sa significance.
Oo,
Or they could use vegetarian restaurant or vegan kasi may mga slight differences yun Though hindi ako chef, pero I know.
Oo,
Siguro,
tama si ma'am, they need to operationally define talaga para
Opo,
hindi na
yung ano na lang,
naguguluhan.
yung mas maraming possible clients. Like kung vegan yan, baka hardcore ang vegan or mas hardcore ang vegetarian. Baka mas mahirapan silang kumuha ng...
Sa totoo lang, di ko alam ang difference ng vegan sa vegetarian.
Vegan lugar yun, brother. Vegan.
Vegan.
Pasensya na po.
Sige, Sir Mark, pakita. Huwag na po. Para ano,
Pero
sakto na lang.
in fairness dito sa mga group na to, actually ito medyo pasaway. Hindi naman pasaway, pero alam mo yung konting ipis-ipis na lang.
Oo, mahal na mahal ko tong grupo na to, sir.
Tahimik lang to, pero at least ngayon medyo nakaano naman sila.
Trying very hard to trying their
Yes.
best. Trying their best.
Tama. Sige sir, ano po, papasukin ko na sir.
Tatawag na natin para
Sige
ano.
po.
Ano to, major pala to, no?
Opo, major.
Opo, major.
Accepted with major.
Apo.
Okay, thank you.
Major.
Okay. Andiyan na sila. Okay, thank you. Okay. Siguro nandito na sila, no? We would like to first congratulate the group, no, for coming up with a research work, no? Okay. So the panel decided that you need to refocus your research, no? Okay. So we wanted you to refocus more, not on the customer satisfaction, because that's more on maraming variables kasi yung customer satisfaction, which does not include yung qualifications na binanggit nyo doon sa inyong research, no, which is more on food. So what we are suggesting is that you change your title to acceptability, no, of plant-based menu among selected restaurants in Quezon City, no. Okay, so that would be our suggestions for your to give more focus, no, to your research, no. Okay, so the paper is actually accepted with major revisions. Congratulations, guys. Thank you.
Thank you po.
Congratulations.
Thank you po.
Yung ibang mga
Thank you po, ma'am.
congratulations.
Thank
Yung mga
you
ibang
po.
suggestions, we will just be sending it to your teacher. Okay? Thank you. Congratulations, guys.
Ngumiti kayo.
Thank you po.
Ngiti na, pwede na, nakangiti na, medyo nakaraos na. Ayan, pwede nang accepted na with major nga lang revisions. Okay? Congratulations.
Okay po. Thank you po.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Sir Mark. Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Thank
Congratulations.
you, Dr. po.
Thank you po, panelists.
Thank you po, panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ayan na. Thank you. Bumibilis.
Thank you, Famas. Thank you.
Bumibilis-bilis na tayo.
Joining us po now is Doc Bet kasi the next presenter
Out muna.
is the advice of Doc Manzano.
Anong
Out muna ako. Baka niyarusin yung mga bata ko.
anong title yan?
Oh, good luck, guys.
Good morning
Good luck.
po. Good morning po.
Good morning po.
Good morning po.
Okay, sige. Teka lang ha.
Ay,
Let me
umalis si
just,
Doc Toots.
Baka daw kabahan kayo kaya umalis si Doc Dudes.
Wala na yun. We'll make him proud.
Ano to? Group 3?
Wait lang po, magle-leave lang po ako since wala pong atang kami.
Amy Malyari?
Apo.
Okay, ito na. Medyo tagal kong binabasa tong papel na to. Wait lang ha.
Maybe we can start with the introduction of the group leaders and the group members before we proceed with the Q&A. Thank you.
Okay. Good day to our panelists, to our research professor. We are the group 3 and our research is entitled Food Delivery Service and Quick Service Restaurants, Friends or Foe. I am Amy Walyari and together with me are Mr. Denver Benson, Mr. Norvin Mignano, Mr. Kevin Reyes, Mr. Jade Santellan, and Mr. Alexander Sembrano. So our study focuses on the perspective of quick service restaurants in partnering with third-party delivery service. Our study will focus on assessing the determinants in choosing third-party delivery service, as well as determining the beneficial, detrimental, and challenges of partnering with third-party delivery service. So if you have any questions or clarifications regarding our study, please feel free to ask them, and we would answer them to the best of our ability. Thank you so much, and have a good day.
Before we proceed with the Q&A, can we have the picture taking? Baka hindi na makangiti
Yes,
mamaya
sure.
pagkatapos ng Q&A.
Yes.
So habang
Picture taking
muna, maganda pa yung mood, picture muna.
Ayan. Oh. Habang nakakangiti pa. Yeah.
Si Ma'am Beth ay dual citizen. She is attending the webinar at the same
Go.
time. Multitasking. All right. So everyone smile, please. In a count of 3. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Let me introduce to you your panelists, no? Okay. Let's start with our external panelist, Maria Madel Ocampo. One of our internal panelists, Dr. Lilibet Sabillano, and of course, yours truly as the chairman of the board of panel. Okay. So let's now proceed. Can I ask Dr. Ocampo for the first questions?
Thank you, Sir Alden. So good morning, Group 3. So
Good morning po.
I'm happy to see you all smiling.
Good morning po.
Alright. So actually, I also mentioned earlier kay Doc Mark that I appreciate your audio in the video presentation. It seems that parang you are very enthusiastic in presenting your paper. Alright, so dun pa lang, plus points na yan. So, good job. Alright, so my first So my first question is actually about your title. So, it's quite unique in the sense that it's quite creative. So it's food delivery service and quick service restaurants, friends or foes. So can you contextualize the use of the friends and the foes as it applies to your paper?
As you can see po, the research title is really controversial. And it's not the traditional title that you can see in the academe or the traditional titles that the universities used. And I can say that it caught your attention po, everyone. It caught your attention because, yes, it's really unique. And when we say friends or foes, it is to support that we are finding out whether quick service restaurants and food delivery services are helpful to one another, whether the third-party delivery services are really important for quick service restaurants who has an in-house delivery system. So that is why we chose to have friends or foes in the title. Yun po.
If someone from the group can add to the foes part, why I get the friends part, but the foes part, why the term foe? Kasi diba it's a synonym to enemy, right?
So, as indicated in our statement of the problem, we aim to identify the challenges and detriments of partnering with third-party delivery services. Hence, the term foes.
Can I support our answer po?
Sure, go ahead.
According to Dawn 2018 po, this third-party delivery services are charging quick service restaurants with 15 to 30% commissions for their partnership. That is why there are still detrimental factors occurring in these partnerships. That is why we have FOSPO in the title. So we are exploring that too po.
All right. So, siguro I'm not used lang din to seeing creative titles, but if that is the culture of your research, then okay. So you're able to contextualize how you came up with that title. All right. So you will be basically comparing the third party food delivery services dun sa in-house. Okay. Have you selected the restaurants and na preliminary research nyo ba if all those do have an in-house and a third-party delivery service?
Yes po, we are able to select the restaurants. The restaurants are Jollibee, KFC, Burger King, and McDonald's along E. Rodriguez Avenue po in Quezon City. And yes, they have in-house delivery services, and they are available also in the third-party delivery services.
For both Grab and Food Panda, diba?
Yes po,
Parang I
yes
read
po.
in your paper that you'll only be considering those two. All right. Okay, so good point as well. Okay, actually my primary concern is the participation of the respondents, since we know that those QSRs are quite known, and I don't know, managers, their responses might somehow baka hindi gusto ng management nung big four QSRs na yon. So how are you planning to get the yes of those for QSRs? Because I think it's not the managers that you need to ask their permission, but of course they'll be saying, I represent the organization, so might as well seek permission from the QSRs. So what is your plan in convincing them to participate in your study?
We will be sending their permit letter or consent letter if they are truly willing to answer our questions.
So just if ato, devil's advocate, what if they declined your request despite the permission letter?
To tell you honestly po, as of the moment, we don't have a plan yet on if they are to decline the interview. But as far as we are concerned po, siguro po, we are to get the consent of the QSRs din po. Not just the manager.
Yes. Okay. All right. And I think my next question is about the basis of the interview questions. Did you lift it from a reference? Is it adopted and then you modified it? Or is it researcher made?
Our interview questions po are researcher made po.
All right. But did you get the ideas of those questions from the journals that you have reviewed?
For our interview questions, all our interview questions are actually based on in answering our statement of the problems. And we have 3 statements of the problems po. And for our first statement of the problem is what are, the interview questions will be based on what will be the determinants in choosing a third-party delivery service. And the second statement of the problem will be what will be the beneficial and the detrimental factors and the challenges in choosing third-party delivery services. And what will be the recommendations in improving delivery services of quick service restaurants po.
All right. So thank you for that. You have good interview questions. Um, who will conduct it? Do you have the skill? Or are you trained in conducting interviews in order to get what you are looking for in your research? Who will conduct the interview?
The researchers will conduct the interview po, us the researchers.
Is it a one-on-one, a panel?
It's a one-on-one individual interview.
So one researcher, one manager. Or
Yes.
the six
Or
of you, one manager.
at least like one to two interviewers, and then one manager.
So that's how you plan it. And then also for your methodology, I've read in your paper it's non-probability sampling. So what do you mean by non-probability sampling in selecting the respondent?
A non-probability sampling has a non-random criteria, which means we are getting a representative from the population. That means we are getting the 1 to 2 managers in the 4 QSR po. So they are the representatives of the population po.
All right. Because I'm actually thinking since you will be selecting the managers who are knowledgeable on the deliveries, you might as well consider the purposive sampling design so that you can realize the objectives of your study. Since
Thank
you
you
have
po.
a target of
We will
Thank you.
take that into consideration po.
All right. Thank you, Alexander. You're
Thank you
always
po.
smiling. I like it. All right. So those are my questions po.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Adele. Doc Beth, would you like to ask your questions?
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning to my co-panelists, Mama Del and Sir Alden. Good morning po. Okay, I would like to ask a question on what is the main objective of your paper and what will be the impact of your paper to the body of knowledge in the hospitality management?
We focus on the perspective of the quick service restaurant managers on why are they partnering with third-party delivery services and to identify the different factors of beneficial and detrimental impacts of third-party delivery services.
Okay, how about for the hospitality management? What is the use to have this kind of topic in our industry or in the program?
As we all know po, the third-party delivery services are just rising. That means there's not a lot of studies about the partnership, the relationship between these two. This means that our research after this research has been conducted, this could be a basis for improvement. This could be a basis for a wider research po of the academe in the hospitality industry.
How about for the program itself? How we can utilize your paper in the program?
Ma'am, can you clarify on the program po?
Yeah, hospitality management for our course. Because we all know we are coming up a paper because we want to have or we want to address the problem not only in our society but as well as in our program, right? And what is the use to have this kind of topic in order to quantify on how we can address the different challenges in our program or in our course?
So we all know that we CHTM students are the future entrepreneurs of QSR, if not our own restaurant. So this will be beneficial in assessing or guiding entrepreneurs, future entrepreneurs like us, if collaborating or partnering with third-party delivery service is much more beneficial than operating an own in-house delivery service.
Okay, how about others? Do you have any idea?
May I add to the answer of Miss Malyari?
Yes.
This can not only the future business owners will be beneficial to the study, but also to the locally owned business, the business that we are having a study right now, because it can be beneficial in a way where locally owned business can help develop the consciousness of considering or discerning in utilizing an in-house delivery service of their own or partnering with third-party delivery service.
Okay, then of course, for the reinforcement po on the question, you mentioned in your chapter 3 that you will be using exploratory research and that will be in the qualitative, right? Okay, why you use exploratory? What is the importance of that exploratory? Is there any special characteristic of the exploratory in order to get a good result of your study?
Well, exploratory research. It aims to investigate the factors in partnering with the third-party delivery service. It will identify the benefit and detriments of the third-party delivery service or in-house delivery service or of quick service restaurant po, ma'am.
Ano bang gusto nating malaman in the exploratory? Because we have the primary and the secondary research in exploratory, right?
Ma'am, if I may add insights on to exploratory research. Exploratory research aims to explore, investigate, and identify the in-depth perception and the experiences and the perspectives of these QSR managers in determining the reasons to why they should partner with third-party delivery services and to determine and also explore the beneficial and the detrimental factors and the challenges in partnering with these third-party delivery services. So the exploratory focuses more on knowing knowing the respondents' perceptions and overall knowledge regarding the study topic.
Okay, because if you will read the definition of exploratory, exploratory can also help to help or to narrow down on how we could able to create a clear hypothesis. Okay, and wherein you can have the focus group discussion, yeah, the interview, that will be part of the primary. Then in the secondary naman, wherein you could able to create, other yung method of getting information from our respondents. It means that since that you are using qualitative, will you able to identify different variables in your paper that will be essential in doing themes in the qualitative? Will you able to identify variables from your topic na these particular variables will be essential in doing coding and themes in your qualitative?
Yes po, ma'am. Our interview questions are open-ended, and their answers will have this pattern, so we can use the thematic analysis po in coding the data that we will be getting po.
Variables from the topic kasi
Oh.
yan yung basis natin on how we can create the objectives or the SOP of our paper. Because in your chapter 4 and 5, we're going to create the coding on how will you able to present and make manuscript or narrative or transcription of your paper. It means that you have to look into what are those important variables in your topic para yun po ang ilalagay natin in our SOP. And primarily guys, pwede na pong you can have a direct okay, question in our SOP, but identifying also yung mga detailed, okay, aspect or detailed on how we can make our question. Okay, kaya nga, pag may mga variables po kayo na importante, automatic po madaling mag-coding and to make themes in your chapter 4. Kasi once that you will not able to kasi nakascattered kasi, if you read your SOP, ang dami po siyang variables wherein some of the variables that you mentioned in the SOP are not that really aligned with our topic. Okay, kasi to have an easy way of doing coding. Kasi 'di ba magko-code naman tayo in our chapter 4 in the interpretation of data, or how will you able to identify the themes which you able to nakalink pa rin siya in our SOP. That's why maybe we have to realign our SOP with regards to our topic so that you can have an easy way of doing your presentation in your chapter 4 and 5. And at the same time, in your guided question, all of those guided questions, it should be parallel to our SOP then. Okay? What else? And probably guys, in the assumption, since that you are doing the qualitative, wala na po siyang assumption. Okay? It means that it will be coming na from the SOP itself. Okay? Yes po.
Actually, ma'am, our review of related literature as well as our interviews are guided by our statement of the problem. We have also stated in our research that the contents of the interview guide questions are divided into 5, whereas the first one is for the background or the robot photo, and then the second, third, and fourth questions are based on the SOPs respectively. Also for our RLL, we have we actually do have a thematic analysis based on the SOP again. However, our advisor as well as our research professors told us to remove it so that it will be more systematic as well as thematic, in a sense that each of the variables can be identified by the respondents po. So kung if I may po in Tagalog, kung ang sagot po nila ay one of the variables from the RRL po ay lumabas based on the interview, pwede po namin siya i-identify for that specific code, and then that's how we could analyze the data po.
By the way, qualitative, of course, we have a different interpretation of qualitative. Okay, my concern is just your coding in your chapter 4 and 5. There should have basis then. Okay, ibig sabihin, ma-identify ka agad siya in our SOP para yan ang, kasi di ba in doing naman the qualitative, in the coding and the themes, you have your respondent, their answer, respondent, their answer, respondent, their answer. Then you have to make a column in identifying the codes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then from there, you have to read, you have to listen, you have to create the theme. Then once that you're able to create the theme one by one, you can have the commonality and differences among their ideas. Yun po. That's why we have to be particular on the different variables that might be linked from our topic. Kung ano yung mga essential talaga. Okay. Ganun po
Okay
ang
po,
paggawa ng
we
coding.
will consider that.
Opo. Yan lang po ang ano ko. So that you don't have a difficult way of doing your chapter 4 and 5. At naka talaga siya, Yan yung parang nasa protocol ng qualitative. Okay? Thank you, Sir Mark, Mama Del, and Sir Alvin. Thank you po.
Thank you po, Ma'am Beth.
Thank you po.
Thank you, Ma'am Beth.
Opo.
Input.
Thank
Thank
you,
you
sir.
po.
Look further
Thank
on
you
that
po.
po.
Opo.
Okay, thank you. Okay, siguro my question. Okay, medyo konti lang ha. Some of these are just follow-up questions from my panelist co-panelist questions then, no? Okay. My question here is how do you qualify or what are the your selection criteria for your participants?
We qualify our respondents through a criteria where our QSR managements from the four stated branches they will be having the experience of at least 1 year of managerial experience.
1 year managerial experience. So meron kayong
Yes, sir.
qualification. So selection of participants, right? Okay.
Yes,
so going back doon sa question ni Ma'am Dr. Ocampo, no? Okay. This is more of an observation, no? Actually, just to give you kumbaga example lang, no? Kasi this happens many times na yan. Alam naman ng ibang mga seasoned researcher natin yan, no? Very ideal yung paper, but when data gathering starts, then they found out that it would now be very difficult for them to gather data. Okay? So medyo that would now be a challenge. To give you a more concrete example, no? A few years back, no? Actually co-teacher ko na siya ngayon sa Trinity, no? This is a paper done by yung isa sa mga summa cum laude ng Trinity, no? Okay? Now I happen to be a part of the panel nung paper nila, no? Napakaganda ng papel, no? But unfortunately, isa na lang ang tinanong ko. Would you be able to gather the necessary data for this paper? Ang sagot nila is a resounding yes because they know someone from the company that would give them access to the data. Okay? So approve yung kanyang paper, no? But after a few months, they got back at me and they got back at the panel saying that they would now be changing the topic. Why? Simply because the company did not allow any interview or any research of such kind for that no. So katulad nung binanggit ni Ma'am Ocampo kanina, what if? And we're just being a devil's advocate nga, no? What if? Kasi you will be asking permission from the head office of the different QSR that you have mentioned. And we know for a fact that some of these head offices would respond minsan napakatagal, and once they respond, negative. So, what are your plans for that, no? So, medyo looking forward lang tayo.
As mentioned earlier po, we don't have backup plans as of this moment. However, if in case that happens, I am confident that we could adjust our scope. Siguro po rather than choosing this for selected QSR, which is our limitations as of the moment, we could adjust it to restaurants who are more flexible in interviews po.
Okay, good. Very good, no? At least you have an idea on what you will do if things would not work out, no? Okay, meron din akong ipang mga tanong, no? Katulad nun, kasi we will be asking them, anyway, nasagot na naman to dun sa ibang tanong, no? Are the participants allowed to participate in the study? So, that remains to be seen, okay? And then, of course, you have already answered the criteria in selecting the participants, no? But my question here, if in the event, yes, we have, how do you call this? We have already, no? How do you call this? Get the nod that yes, these managers would be able to participate in the research, no? How sure are we that those QSR managers are the ones who decide which delivery apps to subscribe? I mean, do they have that Do they have that that uh, how do you call this? That authority, which among those delivery apps are or would that be after the fact, no, nung mga questions ninyo? Ha?
As may I answer po, that's why we have a criteria of interviewing managers with at least a year of experience. They were picked because they can guarantee the study's quality and trustworthiness, and furthermore, qualified managers will be able to assess and analyze the differences between the two delivery systems. And they were chosen because they were also present in a quick service restaurant's everyday operation, even during the height of pandemic, when the utilization of third parties delivery services surged.
Okay.
Can I add po, sir?
Sige.
Actually, sir, in terms of subscription to this third-party delivery services, they are already partnered with this one. What we're
Yes.
trying to get is whether this third-party delivery services are still beneficial or is it detrimental in operation of a quick service restaurants that already has an in-house delivery system po.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And Amy, you were raising your hand. Tama ba?
As for as based on our observation po, we have observed that not all QSR are registered in or are partnering with the third-party delivery service. Only few QSR or selected QSRs are selected to partner. Most of them are the one with. Most of them are these are the QSR with high traffic demands po. And based on your question po, we are confident naman po since they themselves have partnered with Grab and Foodpanda. These managers could answer our SOPs, which is the factors in partnering with third-party delivery service, and the beneficial, detrimental, and challenges of partnering with third-party delivery service.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, sige, medyo we have run out of time, no? Sige, if you would excuse us for at least maybe 2 to 3 minutes, we will just deliberate on the on our verdict on your paper. Sige, thank
Okay
you
po, sir.
guys.
Thank you po.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much po, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Maganda po yung paper actually, no? Wala akong masyadong but I have to agree with Ma'am Det, no? Medyo questionable din sa akin why exploratory. Okay? So iba kasi din ang training ko when it comes to exploratory. Parang hindi luminya. Anyway, yun lang din. Tama. I have to agree with no? At saka ang worry ko lang talaga is if they would pursue, no? Yung anyway, they have already may plan B naman sila. Yung yung if they would pursue kung ano mangyayari dun sa dun sa data. Yun yung talagang worry ko. I have seen a lot of paper kasi talaga na biglang nawala because they could not gather the necessary data.
Actually, ako, sir, kung hindi siya kaya dun sa mga big QSR, Most
Yes,
likely, kasi madami naman tayo na uso ngayon, in demand ngayon ng mga milk tea. And they are also utilizing third delivery applications. Di ba? Pwede yung alternative nila.
Oo. Mas maganda, oo. Yung someone
Makakaano pa
that they
sila,
could really access,
makakatulong.
oo.
Yes, sir.
Medyo
Tsaka hindi
ano
mahirap.
kasi, komplikado kasi
Hindi-
when you work with large company eh.
Yes,
Mm-mm.
yes.
Ilang beses na
Kasi
ako
yung
nag-request
milk
sa
tea,
pizza
madali
natin.
nilang kausapin. Kasi
Saka
yung
ano rin, sir,
lagi yung
confidentiality rin sa
Correct,
operation.
manager tsaka owner, iisa minsan sa
Oo.
mga mali.
Anyway, sa akin, ma'am, this is an acceptable paper with very minor
Revision.
minor or actually halos sa they just have to refocus kung anong design yung ano nila and more or less try to just improve the data gathering procedure. Yun lang po sa akin. How about you, Ma'am Ocampo? Ma'am Adel.
Mama Del, wait lang po. Ay,
Ah,
may phone call lang daw po siya. Sorry.
sige. Oo.
Ma'am Beth,
Sige.
Yeah, on my part, sir, since that somehow we will change the target or the respondents into a milk tea if possible, di ba, para ma-delineate at the same time.
Hindi ma'am,
There will
yung sa milk tea ko, suggestion
Oo.
lang if ever
Oo,
hindi.
yeah, suggest. Yeah,
Ano
yeah,
lang yun,
oo.
plan B lang
Oo.
siguro kung hindi nila kakayanin.
Oo.
Kasi maganda rin naman kung talagang makuha nila yung malalaki.
Oo.
Okay
Yeah,
naman
oo.
yun.
Pero
It's a
dapat
challenge.
din, sir, they have a data, okay? They have a data or baseline data that will support the introduction of claiming na this will be really a certain problem that is happening right now in our industry. Okay? Then at the same time po, with regards to the data gathering, very limited po yung steps nila of how we can go about the qualitative. And probably they have to incorporate yung mga consent form. They have to discuss with the participants. Okay, and of course, the exploratory, maybe this will be a major thing or changes that we have to look into the exploratory. Paano ba talaga nila ikakandak ang exploratory? Because it was mentioned a while ago that they are looking into the experiences. But if you notice in the SOP, wala pong nakalagay doon na any experiences on the participants. Okay, maybe and siguro yung SOP rin, sir, ano bang difference ng detrimental sa challenges? Okay, maybe we have to himay-himayin siguro doon na paghiwalayin si benefits, si detrimental, then pagsamahin si challenges, then para makapag-create po ng mga variables na importante sa SOP. Yun po. Oo.
Okay, should we
Ayan, sir.
call on the
Opo.
Okay
group?
po.
Oo.
Sige po, babalikin ko na po.
Oo.
Sama na si Boss Dudes.
Opo. Nag-message ko na po eh.
After this, ilang group pa tayo? Dalawa na lang, no?
Oh, sir. Sir, actually, nag-overtime lang tayo kasi supposedly 10 to 15, 10 a.m. to 10:15 bio break tayo. Would you like to call for bio break before we continue? Siguro at least 5 minutes.
Pagkatapos nito siguro pwedeng 5-minute break lang.
Sige, sir. Tapusin muna natin itong next group kasi bio break.
Diyan na si Mama Del.
Ay, ma'am.
Sorry po, may parent phone call po ako.
Sige po. Anyway,
Okay.
okay lang po.
Kamusta na po? Okay na po.
Yun po, kayo po ma'am, ano po ba ang comment ninyo doon sa paper?
Ako po ay parang sa first 3, parang siya po yung pinaka okay po sa akin. Opo. Ay, Miss Beth, busina lang.
Hello po.
Hindi po pala yung first advice. Ayun pa, sa akin po, minor.
Pare-parehas lang pala tayo, ma'am. Very minor lang.
Very, opo. Tapos yung title po, I'm not sure if you'll allow creative titles or may
Yes, ma'am. Okay lang naman yun. We will go to another they just have to conceptualize, no? Contextualize, as you have mentioned, no? Contextualize.
Ay po. Tsaka ano po sila lang yung ganun ka-positive ang aura during the defense.
Oo nga. Dapat hindi nga nagsama-sama yung mga yun eh.
They're all, kasi magagaling na speakers din. Very well. Matatalino sila, kita.
Oo. Medyo...
Kahit hiwa-hiwalayin ko yan, mga Madel, Diyos ko gusto magkakapulupot kahit sa entrepreneurship na subject, kahit dito sa research, magkakasama.
Mapogi sir. Ayun.
So, sir, I friends, not foes.
foes.
Okay, papapasukin ko na po.
Okay po.
Ayan na si Amy.
Morning
Hintayin muna
po
natin
ulit.
sila para maibigay ko ang verdict. I have the kumbaga how would you call this? The
Sabi ni
opinion
Doc Doons,
of,
pogi pa yung
delivering,
advisor.
the bad
Sabi ni
news.
Doc Doons.
Bakit sa akin napunta tong na to? Responsibility na to.
All right.
Anyway.
So, Sir Alden will now deliver the result of your presentation or your defense.
Okay. First and foremost, we would like to congratulate the advisor for taking up this paper. Congratulations, sir. Anyway, congratulations, guys. Of course, joking aside, no? Maganda yung paper, very promising as we have discussed, no? Kaya lang yung challenge is real. So, since you have pointed out to us some options, we would like you to continue with the present title and the target, no? Okay? Meron lang mga very minor things that you need to consider, like for example, yung exploratory design. You may want to take a second look. Why would you have to choose the exploratory design? The non-probability sampling, of course, as mentioned, since this is a purposive type of so you might want to make use of that, no? Okay, kasi na kayo, no? Talagang hindi niyo naman kailangan talaga ng that. And then of course, yung data gathering procedures, as mentioned, we need to improve on that, of course. And probably some of the other suggestions that would be submitted by the panelists, no? Okay, so hindi ko nababanggitin din nila. Anyway, congratulations, guys. The research paper is accepted with actually very minor revisions. Okay, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you po.
We
Thank
would
you po,
like
sir.
to extend our
Everyone.
grateful our thanks for your recommendations, and we will consider all of these minor revisions in consideration for our further research paper.
Umiiyak po yung leader namin.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Good, congrats.
Thank you po.
Thank you po. Gusto ko tuloy mag-picture ng may umiiyak.
Umiiyak na po.
Kaya nga
We worked really hard for this paper po talaga. As in, really hard.
Iyakin. Awal iyakin dito.
The panelists knew it, and it's reflected in your paper naman daw. So, congratulations, guys.
Okay. Pero
Thank you din po sa advisor naming Poging-Pogi po.
may utang pa sa akin tong mga to eh. Parang marami pang utang sa akin tong mga to eh. Oo. Papaalala dun
Wala
sa
na po
iba,
utang
wala
sa
pa
Sir
yung liquidation yung ng ibang mga
opo,
kaya sabihan ha. Tatlo.
Sir, di kasi sa akin yun. Kaya ano po yung terms po, under po kay Sir Mark.
Okay.
Dapat po si Norbin po yung tinatanong niya po.
Huwag ka umiiyak.
Ano ba iyakan?
Sir, kasi sobrang effort lang, ganun.
Di po kasi talaga kami natutulog.
Okay lang yan.
Palitan niyo
kasi
decision.
Nagbunga
Ano,
naman
do
ang
not
inyong
accept.
mga paghihirap.
Palitan niyo
Bunga yung
decision, do not
tinanim
accept.
yung puno.
Anyway.
Congrats, guys.
Thank you po.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Okay.
Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Bravo.
Pati po sa external panelists po natin. Thank you po, ma'am.
Okay.
Punta kayong Batangas.
Boss Lord, huwag ka
Thank you
nang
po,
umalis
ma'am.
dyan, ha? May kasunod na.
Boss.
Okay. Sir Mark, papasukin mo na. Let's have a,
Yes, sir.
mga 5
Joining na po
minutes
sila,
bio
joining
break
na.
lang. 5 minute bio break lang.
Sige
Pero
po.
papasukin mo na sila.
Sige, sir. So we have 5 minutes by break while the group is entering our link po. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank
bye-bye.
you.
Saglit lang to. Mag-off lang ako ng camera.
Good morning po.
Onismus, nasan si ano? Nasan yung isa yung kagrupo?
Kinokontak na po namin, sir. Mukhang mahina po kasi internet eh.
Sino yan? Si
Paharilyaga po.
Paharilyaga. Oo.
Yes po.
Would you like to open your camera so that the panelists would recognize you or see you po? Thank
Okay
you.
po, sir. Thank you po.
So the panelists just had some bio break. They had for 5 minutes, but they will come back siguro mga 2 minutes nandito na ulit.
Okay po, sir.
Good morning, Kim. Kamusta ka naman dyan? Mukhang madilim dyan sa
Okay
pwesto
naman,
mo.
sir.
Papasukin na natin si Angelica.
Sige po, kinokontak na po namin, sir.
Hello, Sir Mark. Anong grupo ito?
Group 4 po,
Group
sir,
4
sa
po.
sustainability.
Okay. Group 4, Sustainability.
Food waste management. Can you, Mr. Onismus, can you please send them the link to Professor Cheryl Salazar? I already messaged her kanina regarding the link. Baka hindi pa niya nabasa, but if you could send the link na lang, pasend na lang. Thank you.
Sige po, sir. Thank you po.
All right. So, Sir Alden, Ma'am Madel, and Doc Dutz, are you there na po?
Yes.
Yes.
Dito na po ako.
Present.
Hello. Hi. So, mamaya na tayo mag-picture pagdating ni Miss Angelica Pahariliaga. Baka sabihin ay in-exile nyo na siya dito sa sa inyong grupo. Anyway, so we will proceed with the introduction of the group leader and group members and then the title of your study. And then after which we'll start with the Q&A po. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, group leader.
Okay po. So, good morning everyone. We are group 4 and I'm Onesimo Surgadon, the group leader, and my members are Bulin, Stacy Mori A, and then Ramos Kimberly Ann L. And Pariliaga Angelica Stephanie Maika, which is yet to be found. Kung nasa mo siya, kinakontak na po namin siya. And the title of our paper is Food Waste Management in Selected Buffet Restaurants in Quezon City Towards a Sustainable City.
Okay, so good morning. I would like to introduce you to our panel. Our external panel would be Dr. Maria Madel Ocampo, our internal panelist, Dr. Ronald Manzano, and of course yours truly as the chairman of the board of panel. Okay, siguro we'll start off with questions coming from Dr. Manzano. Sir Bruce, would you like to go first?
Thank you, Sir Alden. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, guys.
Morning, sir.
Nice to see you again. Kim and Onesimus and Stacy.
Morning po.
You look great. Especially seeing you smile. So smile and relax. Okay, so please be please be aware that the comments and questions that we are going to ask you are constructive in nature. So we would just like to help you out by trying to understand what your paper is all about. So please, if we will be asking questions, do not be shy to express or to explain. That would really help us out, if we understand your paper, so that we can also make the necessary recommendation if there's a need for further recommendations. Okay? Okay, so relax lang. Okay, ano lang to, parang vaccine lang to. Before you know it, tapos na. Okay, so let me proceed directly to your SOP. Okay, so medyo sa earlier parts ng inyong paper, okay naman sa akin, no? So I would like to focus now on the different statements of the problem. Okay, so I understand that your SOP number 1, ano nga ba SOP number 1? Is asking about the food waste management practices. Okay, so you zeroed in on the practices of these establishments, the food management practices nila. Okay, now I would like to know now, in your SOP number 2, what is the entity being referred to in your SOP number 2? Okay, so you mentioned kasi in your SOP number 2, what are the policies being implemented regarding food waste management? Whose policies are you asking about or are you talking about?
Sir Judes, if may I.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yung the entity po, the one regarding to po yung policies about Quezon City po in general. Quezon City policies po about food waste management po.
So these are the policies that are being undertaken by the government.
Yes po.
Opo, sir, the local government po.
Okay. So first you focus on the establishments And then second, you focus on the government. Parang ganon ang nangyari. Okay? So, after knowing the policies and practices, what happens next? Ano yung susunod yung gagawin? Kasi sa number 3, I notice you are already talking about recommending, no, or recommendations. Pero kasi tinanong pa lang natin, ano yung policy? Policy ni government, policy ni selected restaurants, and then what? Makakapag ano na ba kayo kagad doon? Pag binasa nyo yung policy, anong gagawin natin next?
Okay.
Sir, ano po, actually, sa research po, based on our research po, parang wala po kasing concrete policy po regarding the food waste management po.
Walang concrete policy regarding food waste management. Ang alin? Ang local
Quezon City
government?
po. Opo, Quezon City po.
Okay. So did you try to ask the local government unit concerned regarding the food waste management?
Sir, actually, yun po yun sana po. Yun po yung SOP 3 sana po namin. We will get sana insights from the local government units here in Quezon City to know nga po yung para makakapag-recommend nga po kami ng policies or practices regarding food waste, since the study is very undertaken or the issue is madalas po na-overlook siya. Kasi nga po, based po sa research namin, Quezon City has little to none policies or practices regarding in food waste management. So far po, nakikita po lang po namin policy is regarding yung collection lang po ng food waste, which is isasama lang po sa biodegradable po. Yun lang po yung nakita po namin so far.
Okay. Actually kasi, ang gusto ko sanang maintindihan dito, parang yung as much as possible ang tinitingnan nyo rito, perspective muna nung restaurants, and then perspective ng government, okay, ng public sector. Okay, and then siguro para kompleto na yung triangle defense, perspective ng customers or ng citizens, no? Anyway, sa SOP number 2, I think naman pwede nyong ipasok na doon yung policy being implemented by the government units, no? Dudugtungan nyo lang ito, what are the policies being implemented regarding the food waste management. Okay? And then, after that, ano susunod?
So, supposedly nga po, sir, yun nga po, we will make out of recommendations po, further recommendations on what pwede pa po magawa on regards nga po sa food waste, since sabi nga po namin, researchers is very little nga po yung policies and practices. So we would like to recommend kung ano ba yung pwedeng gawin. So that's why we're gonna study on the food waste handling of these establishments so that we can further tell these establishments on what to properly do with their food waste.
Okay. So before you recommend such moves or such recommendations, would it not be proper to understand first or to know first if there are discrepancies or misalignment on the policies and the practices? Kasi when we say practices of private sector, they also have their own policies, correct?
Yes po, sir.
Yes po.
So somehow, gusto ko sanang makita yung SOP number 3 ninyo after knowing yung sa practices ng establishment, practices ng public sector. Gusto ko sanang makita yung comparison or alignment, no? Or is there a discrepancy or is there yung kumbaga meron i-analyze niyo siya.
Yes po, sir. Para pong ifa-find out po namin if there are
if they are aligned to each other.
Yes.
Okay? So titingnan niyo doon. Now, sa pag-analyze niyo doon, ito qualitative ba ito?
Yes po, sir. Qualitative exploratory.
Tama, qualitative. So you can you can ask a lot of questions, no? Magiging rich ang inyong data kasi marami kayong mapupulot na mapupulot na idea regarding yung inyong magiging study, no? Kasi titingnan bukod sa practices, no? Pwede nyo ring itanong kung ano yung mga factors, no, na maaring nakaka-impluwensya bakit ganun ang practices ng ng private sector. Okay? Now with regards to policy, kung meron man yan o wala, pwede nyo ring itanong dyan, ano yung future direction ng local government units pagdating sa issue ng food waste management. Okay? So, actually, pag binuksan mo ang food waste management na discussion, maraming marami siyang dinidiscuss, no? Makakapulot kayo doon ng mga pwede nyong itanong sa LGU at saka sa private sector para ngayon makakuha kayo ng recommendation. Okay? So siguro what I'm suggesting is to add one more or at least one more statement of the problem in your study, comparing what is present or what is lacking, no, sa private sector at vis-a-vis sa government sector. So you just have to discuss it with your advisor on how you're going to structure the questionnaire. I'm giving you the freedom, no, so that you can adjust properly base din sa inyong topic. Nakuha nyo, mga anak?
Yes po, sir.
Okay.
Thank you po,
That's
sir.
good. No? Ngayon, going now to the recommendation. Okay, so when you say, based on the result, what recommendation can be suggested in the restaurant industry? Okay. Pag sinabi kasi nating recommendation, this is in a form of parang concrete idea. When we say concrete idea, hindi lang siya base sa naging resulta ng inyong research. Okay?
Okay po.
So, iipunin nyo yung yung mga na-identify ninyo na concerns or issues. And then siguro, baka mula doon, no, makakagawa kayo ng mga possible recommendations. Ngayon, saan magagamit itong recommendations na ito? Ito ba ay isang manifesto? Ito ba ay isang document? Ito ba ay suggested manual? Ito ba ay suggested guidelines? Nino na pwedeng sundin ng mga private sector or selected restaurant o pwedeng gamitin as basis sa paggawa ng batas or paggawa ng pulisiya ng isang local government unit. So I'm suggesting that your last SOP should identify a particular output wherein you will incorporate all your results and transform it into a recommendation within that particular output of yours. Nakuha niyo, mga anak?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Para maganda yung flow. So meron kayong inalam, merong proseso kayong ginawa, pinag-compare nyo siya, at ito yung inyong magiging output. Okay? Na makakatulong sa private sector, makakatulong sa local government unit, sa citizen, sa community. Okay? Okay ba?
Yes po, sir.
Okay. So next, let's proceed to the next one, ha? Yan. Pasensya na kayo. Marami lang akong interesting kasi yung inyong paper, no? I also would like to commend you kasi you are being sensitive, no, to the needs of the community today, yung food scarcity, and that's one of the sustainable development goals, no, na kailangan nating i-address at kailangan nating magkaroon tayo ng part on it. Okay? Now my question is, how did you derive your assumptions?
Yung pagka-derive po ng assumptions po namin is based nga po sa naging initial research about the topic. So since nga po na laman po namin na parang there is a lack nga po ng parang napansin nga po namin na meron nga po bang policies na ginagawa yung buffet restaurants or if there are doing certain practices in limiting the food waste. So we base on these assumptions po. So parang inassume po namin that there is really a lack of policies in food waste management.
Okay. With that, I would like you to sana, with that assumption, I would like you to align your assumptions based on the questions that you have. So somehow your assumption should help out, no, in reaching the solution or in reaching the possible outcomes of your research problems.
Okay po, sir.
Okay. Okay. Now, let me suggest, no. Before I suggest, how many restaurants will be studied?
For at least
5 to 10
sir,
po,
5
sir.
to 10 po.
5 to 10. Ang dami ah. How will you choose the restaurants? Quezon City.
Yes po, sir.
Opo, sir. As long as
Quezon City.
buffet restaurant po, sir.
As long as buffet restaurant. Ay, ang dami kayang buffet restaurant.
Hindi, sir. Ano
Sir,
po,
para maraming
for me,
options.
for us po, sir, sana we'll prioritize po, sir, yung mga well-known pong buffet restaurants here in Quezon City.
Okay. My suggestion, if you would like to follow it, you identify already the restaurants,
Okay,
no? Kaya
okay.
selected restaurants. Now,
Okay.
dapat meron kayong justification kung bakit siya yung pinili nyong restaurant. Pwedeng isa as a case study, pwedeng more than one, pwedeng 2 hanggang 3, pero kailangan i-justify nyo bakit sila yung napili nyo or bakit siya. Okay, so dapat hindi dahil malapit sa bahay nyo o dahil may kakilala kayo, dapat may tamang justification yan. Probably siya yung pinakamalaking operator ng fast food, ng buffet restaurant, or maaaring siya yung may maraming customers, no? Number one, so mga ganong klase, okay? So I suggest, no, do not just say 5 to 7 kasi diyan din magdedepende yung number of population na pipiliin nyo. The more respondents you will choose, the harder for you to get data because you will be talking to a lot of people or will be needing to communicate with them. Paano kung masyadong voluminous na yung information na makuha ninyo, 'di ba? Sa isang restaurant ba, sino-sino ang i-interview? Interview ba to o focus group discussion?
Interview po, sir.
Sino ba ang i-interviewin nyo sa isang restaurant?
Managers po or employees or owner po, sir.
Pare-pareho ba ang level ng manager, employee at saka owner?
We'll focus po, sir, mainly po sa managers since
Manager po, sir.
Kasi titingnan nyo, itatapat nyo dapat, i-align nyo yung mga gusto nyong malaman na information kung kayang sagutin, no? Ng empleyado, ng manager, o ng may-ari. Baka sabihin ng may-ari, hindi ko masasagot yan, tanong mo nila sa manager. Di ba? So, kailangan i-design nyo. Okay? Okay, now next. Synthesis, page 20.
Okay po, sir.
How did you arrive with your variables?
Team?
Sir, yung sa yung sa variables po, yun po kasi yung pinaka naaapektuhan po nung issue, sir.
Pinaka naapektuhan nung
pinaka-issue po ng food waste. Tapos, sila rin po yung contributors po, sir.
Do you have a basis? May basihan. Alba, sinabi natin, sila yung pinaka naapektuhan. Sino ang may sabi?
Sir, based po sa research po yun, sir. Sa mga previous research po na nahanap namin.
Sa previous research. So, kailangan, i-ano nyo yan, ha? Ipapakita nyo yung research study nyo, i-mention nyo, isasama nyo siya sa sa justification nyo, no? Makikita yon dapat sa review of related literature and at the same
Yes po,
time,
sir. Nandun po yun.
at the same time, makikita rin yun sa justification nyo dun sa respondents. Okay? Okay. What is being discussed in your framework? Ano bang framework ito? Itong ginamit ninyo?
Ano po, supposedly po, sir, conceptual framework po. Pero I believe po kasi pag conceptual framework po ata, hindi po siya applicable pag qualitative.
Ganon?
So, yes po, sir. So,
Ano
yung...
ba ang naaral ninyo? Ano ba ang dapat na meron at saka wala sa isang qualitative research? Okay, siguro balikan nyo na lang, no? Nyo na lang.
Medyo, ano po talaga yung framework namin, medyo magulo po yan.
Ayusin nyo rin, no? Kung mayroon man kayong framework o
Sorry
wala.
po, sir.
Okay?
Sige pa.
And also, yung sample size ninyo, yung 1 to 7 restaurant or kung how many restaurants you're talking about, you have to have a basis for your sample size and your sampling method.
Okay po, sir.
Okay? Next, participants. Kung meron kayong criteria for your participants, you have to describe the participants, no?
Okay
So,
po, sir.
any participants ba ito o dapat manager? Kung manager siya, ilang taon or anong posisyon, ano siya, senior manager ba siya, junior manager, night shift manager or whatever manager, okay? And then probably yung responsibilities niya. Okay? Now, for the research instrument, why do you need to know the demographic profile of your student? Student respondent, sorry.
Wait. Demographic of our...
Do you really need to know the demographic profile of your respondent?
Sir,
Okay,
parang
so
ano po? Parang hindi naman po.
You have to discuss this also with your advisor.
Okay po.
Kasi syempre, you have to explain everything. Yun lang ang nakita kong sa problem sa study na gusto nyong no?
Okay po.
Parang walang justification sa mga entries ninyo. Parang ang nakita ko lang, it's there because you think it's there or it needs to be there. But again, it should be there and then it has to be justified.
Yes,
Nakuha nyo?
okay.
Dapat meron kayong basis ng mga inilalagay ninyo. Like, parang, for example, no? Ang isa pang hindi ko maintindihan, yung data gathering, no? How are you going to set up your interview?
It would depend po, sir, if ano po yung comfortable yung magiging respondents po namin, sir. May it be po sa mismong premises po ng buffet restaurant or it may be po virtually. Kasi di naman po namin sure if ano po yung magiging flow ng pandemic.
Oo, kaya nga, you have
like
to put it here. Oo.
Yes,
na you have to explain here properly na most likely with situations right now, baka online yan. So you have to explain because of the pandemic, online interview will be considered, ganyan yan. Or if in case, no, IATF would announce at the time of your interview na pwedeng mag face-to-face, ilalagay nyo.
Okay.
Okay? So, ganun yan. Lastly, last.
Okay.
What analytical tool will you use for your data?
I will utilize po the use of Microsoft Excel po, sir.
Microsoft Excel?
Opo,
Yes,
sir.
Akala ko ba qualitative kayo?
Sir, kasi we
Parang
need
din
to
ang gagawa.
determine the frequency po kasi ng mga answers. So,
Frequency ng, ano ba, quality, anong gagamitin nyo? Kalang mag-interview kayo.
Boss, baka hindi kayo updated.
Oo nga.
sir, kasi ano ba paano ba i-explain?
Sabi mo kanina, hindi na kailangan ng demographic profile. So, inalis mo na sa
Actually,
isip ko
sir,
na magbibilang ka.
Naisip naman po namin
Tapos,
sir, is parang we're just gonna make a table na para po bang
Opo, sir, yung ganun.
itatabulate po namin mga similar questions nila. Ganun po.
Similar questions.
Similar
answers.
Similar
Sorry.
Opo.
Similar answers.
So hindi siya frequency.
Ano ba yun? Kasi yung nakalagay
Hindi ko
sa
alam
namin, sir, sa
Yung po
paper.
kasi na ano sa amin frequency.
Wala, lagot kayo sa teacher nyo.
Ano yun? Bakit may frequency sa qualitative natin?
Sir, kasi yun yung nakalagay nun sa sa
Thematic
sa paper namin.
analysis tayo.
Pasensya ka
sige
na,
I
Darius.
will let you discuss that with your advisor also,
Okay
okay?
po, sir.
And try to ano. Tapos yung references ninyo should be APA format, okay? And then in your questions, no, sa inyong interview question, you should make sure that your questions should be taken from your SOP. Okay? So yung mga gusto nyong alamin, dapat halimbawa, kung mag-interview kayo, no, may mga questions kayo, ang i-derive nyo yung inyong questions base sa mga statement of the problems nyo. So halimbawa, SOP number 1, ilang questions ang magagawa ninyo doon? Ano yung mga gusto nyong itanong, no, related to SOP number 1. And then susunod, SOP number 2, ano yung mga questions. Ganon. So
Okay.
dapat each question in the interview questionnaire that you will prepare should answer or should be able to help out answer or establish the answer to your SOPs or statement of the problems. Okay?
Okay po, sir.
Thank you. Any question for me? Wala?
Wala naman po, sir.
That would be all, Dr. Chair. Thank you very much po.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
sir.
Dr. Manzano. Dr. Ocampo, for your question, please.
Yes. Good morning, Group 4.
Morning.
All right. So, I have high expectations for the title because it's food waste management. It's somehow napapanahon because of the UN SDGs. And it's micro from food waste management ng buffet restaurants towards something macro, which is sustainable city. What made the group decide that from something small, macro, the paper is towards a sustainable city?
Ma'am, parang choppy po ata or akin lang ba yun?
Sorry,
Lag ka, kapatid.
All right. I'll repeat my question. Okay, so my question is about your title. So it's food waste management ng buffet restaurants towards a sustainable city. So from something small, practices of restaurants, into something big or quite ambitious, sustainable city. So how do you intend to bridge it from the food waste going to the sustainable city?
Would you like to answer, guys?
Diba?
Or
Sorry.
ako? Okay na po. Narinig na po.
Okay na.
Narinig po na. Okay.
So yun, parang, my question is, how do you intend to bridge the food waste management? Because in your title, sobrang ganda and something ambitious, I might say.
Yes po. Actually, ma'am, to be honest po, our study does not focus naman making Quezon City talaga po a more sustainable city talaga. But we would like to, come up with these recommendations na it is said in our study to help the city to become more sustainable in terms of responsible production of food and consumption, then to help with food security. And I think that would help for us to attain a more sustainable city. Maybe not now, but eventually in the future in small steps.
Ayan. So, very good answer. Actually, I'm looking sa introduction nyo. Kasi saktong-sakto yung sinabi mo, Onesimo, sa yung responsible production and consumption. That is actually UN SDG number 12.
12
Yeah.
po.
So, hinahanap ko siya. Kasi sabi ko, yun ang come on ng paper na ito. It is really aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goal. At strength ng paper yon. Topic pa lang. Ano na to? Pwede na tong i-present internationally sa conference on sustainability. So anyways, parang yung sa introduction nyo, if I may suggest that you include those. And parang may nakita kong kabalen.
Yes,
Yes po.
Kabalen.
On the general, siguro the general introduction, and
Okay po.
explain the variables in your study. Like when you say food waste management, what are the strategies under those? Kahit hapyaw lang, so that you can make mention of the variables in your study.
Okay po.
Okay, so, yun. And yung second question ko, what are the food waste management practices that you would like to investigate dun sa mga buffet restaurants? In terms of what?
Siguro po ma'am yung terms of disposal po kasi minsan po, yung disposal system po is parang tinatambak lang po sa mga landfills that results in production po of greenhouse gases.
Okay.
So,
So thank
one
you,
po
Kim.
yan.
So aside from disposal, other food waste. Okay, it's not
Actually po, ma'am, we would like to
disposal.
investigate more on the practices that the establishment is doing. So we would like to know if there are things that we can do or the establishment is doing to repurpose po yung mga food wasted. So we would like
Yeah.
to know if pwede po ba silang mabigay na lang instead sa mga less fortunate or sa mga hungry. Or
Yes.
pwede po ba silang mabigay ng discounts, yung mga ganun po. We would like to investigate more on those.
That's good. Actually, you can research more about like the 5 Rs, yung mga refuse,
Mm.
reduce, yung mga
Tama.
frameworks yan or theories on food waste management that you can actually use and adopt in your paper. Actually, I'm thinking along that line that food waste management could also be instead of a sustainable city, sustainable restaurant. Because I
Mhm.
have read in the synthesis of your RL that you'd also like to know the social, environmental, and economic impact of food waste management on sustainability.
Yes
Mhm.
po.
Parang shoot, parang ganon. Parang it's the food waste management that you'd like to assess and then nakakatulong ba ito sa sustainability ng restaurant?
Mm.
So yun. So that's a good point that you might want to consider in your paper as well. And ako, topic-wise, I think this is maganda, very novel, maganda yung idea nyo. And
Thank you
then,
po, ma'am.
dun sa SOP, I would agree with Dr. Goods that yung policies, yun din yung isa kong question, but I think you're able to answer it. But if I may suggest, can you do preliminary research na on ano ba yung policies? If not Quezon City, Philippines, or wala international, because policies are something that you can research on. Kumbaga, researchable. At kung researchable siya, i-add na natin siya sa paper. And let's not include it on the SOP. Parang itanong nyo na lang, parang nagko-comply ba yung mga restaurants on the said policy.
Yes po.
Alright. So actually, madaming naitanong na si Dr. Good na nandito rin sa akin, like yung question of why ask them about demographic profile.
Mhm.
And then, alright. You also have the same, yung kung ano ba yung output nito, Dr. Dudes, yung sabihin nyo, who will provide the recommendations and what will be the desired output. Actually, ako more of a recommendation. If you can interview yung sinasabi niyong 5 to 7, you can actually compile the best practices of those restaurants and probably create a primer or something that you can share with the other restaurants. Parang ganon. Or something that would benefit not just the restaurants, yung ambition nyo, city, so it could be the stakeholders, the key players of the hospitality and tourism industry. So yun, very good. Siguro ano lang, I would suggest you include previous studies on food waste management.
Okay.
Okay po.
Noted po.
Just focus on the review of the variables, but focus on previous studies. Ano ba na yung nangyari in the US? How do they do food waste management or sa ibang bansa? So that you could have a better understanding. You'll be more credible in researching about food waste. And then, so yun lang. I also noticed the convenience. So it should be, you should have a selection criteria. So it should be purposive as well. I think those are my questions. Yun lang. Siguro highlight lang natin yung UN SDG.
Okay pa. Thank you po, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you pa.
Thank you, Dr. Ocampo. We would like to recognize the presence of Miss Angelica Pahariliaga. Thank you for gracing
Welcome po,
our...
ma'am. Welcome po.
Ms. Paharaliaga, we're done with the defense. Joke lang. Ongoing pa. You can open your camera so we can recognize you, by the way. And Ma'am Cheryl Salazar, the advisor, is here as well.
Yes.
Morning, ma'am.
Hi, ma'am.
Okay, just a few questions and maybe comments along the way. Okay, almost everything had been asked. Kasi yun din yung mga notes ko, no? Why ask for the demographic profile? Why qualitative exploratory? And then why you use your frequency percentage? I think that has been already asked, no? And also, comment is you have not included yung ethical consideration on
Oh,
your
okay po.
paper.
Okay po.
Okay, please take note of that. And also, criteria, no, in selecting the participants.
Respond. Okay,
Okay,
po, sir.
now I just
Okay.
would like to be to be clear about this, no. So you will be doing a research, no, trying to find out what are the practices. Am I right?
Yes, po,
Yes
sir.
po.
Or actual practices of these buffet restaurants on how would they handle their waste, no, waste management, no.
Mhm.
Okay, now, but for everybody's information, no, if you are talking about Quezon City government, no, there is actually an IRR, no, implementing rules and
Mhm.
regulations for restaurants on how would they dispose of their just to give you one example, no, all restaurants in Quezon City are required to have a grease trap, no.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Opo, sir.
Yeah, sample lang yan. These are part of the
Okay po.
IIR, no? So, my suggestion is that you look for this, no? Kindly look for this siguro sa websites ng Quezon City government,
Quezon City
no?
government.
Oo, you
Yes
may
po.
want to see yung sanitation, no?
Mhm.
Ng no? Kasi part yun ng sanitation and
Mhm.
part. So basically that's the yun lang yung mga ilan sa mga nakita kong I think you need to improve, no? Okay. And of
Okay.
course, yung sinabi ni Ma'am, no? Maganda yung you might want to include, no? If you are to interview, no? This restaurant, you may look into the best practices, no? Of this restaurant that could be emulated by other restaurants. Okay? So,
Okay po.
could you leave us for a while, maybe about 2 to 3 minutes? We will be discussing the verdict of your paper.
Okay po, sir.
Okay.
Thank you po. Thank
Thank
you
you
We'll
po.
call you
Thank you
back
po,
again
everyone.
after 3 minutes.
Sige
Thank
po.
you.
Thank you po.
Okay, thank you. Sir Dodds, ano ang verdict natin?
Sir, kasi from my end, they have to again add up on the SOPs to put a better direction kasi parang bitin yung kanilang SOP, no.
Yes, sir.
So it has
So,
to
i-take note na lang natin.
bring out yung analysis, no. Kailangan may question sila about how what are they going to do with the data that they will have. And then yung policies kasi actually tama si Doc Ocampo, pwede mong hingin yan pwede mong kung may existing tapos based on that hindi naman sila survey mag-interview naman sila, qualitative naman ito and sa mga restaurant. So focus on this policies and procedures of selected restaurants. Para kasi parang feeling ko lang, sir, they have an idea of what they want to do, but the problem is they don't know how to operationalize it. Yun ang naging kulang sa kanila. Hindi nila alam kung paano i-gather yung data, hindi nila alam kung paano i-approach yun. So I think that's the weakness of this proposal. Pero I think that again, anything naman talaga na for sustainability is a good topic, no? Especially if it's helpful to the community and to the economy, then it's a good thing. It's a good thing. So yun lang sa akin, sir. Kaya medyo yung inconsistency kasi kaya ang siguro sa akin major revision.
Correct. Ako rin, sir. Yung inconsistency marami. Exploratory, biglang merong anong tawag doon? Statistics, may frequency.
Hindi, actually, sir,
Medyo naguluhan lang.
nalito sila nung last night of checking kasi sila na naglagay ng frequency. Sabi ko, pa-check niyo ulit yan sa advisor ninyo. Although nag-comment na ako, sabi ko wala nang statistical tools. May mga
Opo.
data analysis tayo qualitative. Qualitative. So baka hindi lang nila natanggal.
Oo nga sir, baka
How
feeling ko
about,
nagmadali na tong mga to eh.
How about Ma'am Ocampo? Ano ang verdict mo?
Yes po. Major din po. Pero yung lapses ng paper, na-appreciate ko nung sinasagot nila lahat yung question ni Dr. Dutz. Parang nakita ko talaga na they know what they're talking about. Kasi yung nasa paper doon, parang may mismatch. Parang they know what they're doing. However, bi-beef up nga po yung paper. Yan po.
Okay, anyway, sige sir, pakitawag na at mabigay na natin
Magandang
yung
to.
ating,
Pag naayos itong paper na to, magandang to, i-submit sa publication.
Yes,
Actually, promising nga yung kanilang researcher.
Oo.
Ang advisor niyan si Ma'am Che?
Mag-guide lang sila kung paano.
Dapat lang sila sir, apat lang.
Ano lang,
Ang advisor
makonstruct
si
lang
Ma'am
to ng
Che?
maayos. Magiging maganda to.
Okay,
Very
sige,
timely din, no? Yung kanilang yung sustainability, nila topic.
Oo, kasi may international, international flavor ito eh. Anything that would be determined as an output of this paper can be applied internationally. Yun lang.
Yes.
Okay. Asa na ang ating ibang mga
Anismos?
Yes po, sir.
Pasuyo na lang sa tatlo.
Okay.
Apo, sinabihan ko na po, sir.
Si Paharilyaga?
One, bakit parang pumapayat ka, One?
Sir,
Oo nga.
nag-gym ako, sir. Hindi.
Talaga lang.
Paano bala ako maka-avail ng ng sinantolan at saka yung bagoong?
Sir, padala po kita.
Ayun.
Siguro po
Sige,
mga...
padala mo kami sa office na lang. Yung dati.
Magkano ba yan?
Oo, bigyan mo kami ni Boss Toots para makain na
Padala natin si Ma'am Ocampo. Magkano ba yan?
Padala mo sa sa DLS Yulipa.
Sige po, sir.
Sige, we would like
na
to
lang po
try
sa
again
akin yung
kasi
address po.
naubos
Para
ko sa
mapadala.
Pag nagpadala tayo kay Ma'am Ocampo ng sinantolan, magpapadala siya ng tawilis. Joke lang. Joke lang, Ma'am.
Sinaing na tulingan, sir.
Oo nga pa, sinaing na tulingan pala, no? Sinaing na tulingan.
Lomi, ano ba pong mga gusto niyo dito?
Wow.
Oo.
Sinaing na tulingan.
Nagugutom na ako, wag mo na sabihin, wag na.
Kaping barako.
Gotong Batangas, wag na.
Gotong Batangas.
Goto.
Sir Mark, punta tayo dyan. Parang
itutur ko kayo.
Ayo, punta tayo dyan, Sir Mark. Ganyan lang tayo mag-RNR.
Opo, oo nga. Tama. may magandang spot dyan, sir, sa Lipa.
Ayan.
Dami
Ayun.
dyan. Dami.
Okay.
Oo, yung
Anyway.
kaya natin i-afford.
Opo. Madami. Actually, maganda pero affordable. Alright, may request, Miss Paharilyaga, kahit hindi ka namin narinig at na hindi gumalaw yung baso mo, pwede ka na bang mag-open ng camera para makita ka namin. Miss...
Baby girl, ano nangyari sa'yo, baby girl? Saan ka naman
nangangayayat ka, iha?
Sorry, kasi po wala pang signal on the way po kasi.
Parang nauna na yung
Baby
celebration
girl,
sa papel Okay, anyway.
Sige, kompleto na tayo. Pipicture muna tayo before we give the verdict. Verdict talaga. The result of our
Sorry, hindi ako nakapagpalit ng background ko.
Okay lang.
Maganda naman yung background mo. Ang laki ng bahay niyo talaga.
Oo nga, sir, no? Dream house.
Alright, ready po. 1, 2, 3, smile. Kaya Paharilyaga nakangangab. Bahal. Lakad.
Baby girl, kawawa ka naman, baby girl.
Alden, kahit pa. Alright, sir.
Okay, sa lahat, I would like to congratulate the advisor for joining us here para marinig na ni Ma'am yung mga verdict natin. And also, I would like to congratulate the group, for coming up with a very noble, paper, So, the panel decided that the paper needs a lot of improvement, but nonetheless, it is accepted, no? So accepted with major revisions. Okay. So anyway, we will just be giving you some of the things that we have talked about here, and then kindly input some of the suggestions of the panel. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you po.
Congratulations.
Congratulations din sa advisor. Ma'am Sher,
Congratulations, Ma'am Sher.
Yes,
hindi na ako binilikan nila siya sa may utang pa sa akin yan.
Yes, sir.
Kasi ng manuscript.
Actually, sir, nung time na nagkita po kayo sa school, super tanong ako sa kanila kung kamusta yung update. Ngayon lang, as in ngayon lang po, nag-respond sa akin si Chas.
Okay, sige. Pa-remind lang, ma'am.
Apo, sir,
Hindi
sige
sila
po.
makakakuha
Sir,
ng ano.
yes, sir.
Thank you. Hey, thank you,
Sir.
guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you po. Thank you po. Sorry
I'll
po
see you
ulit.
Last group na tayo, Sir Mark.
Yes, sir. Last group and then
Mag-report sa
mag-wrap
Bigger.
kami ng section 1.
This is the last group. Anong group ito, Sir Mark?
Ano, sir? Fast food.
Ito yung hindi ko ata nabasa.
Opo, ito yung last. Kasi gabi na sila nag-submit. Ewan ko ba dito sa mga bata.
Okay. Hindi ko pa siya nabasa eh.
Sige, sir. Pwede nyo munang basahin habang pinapapasok nila.
Okay.
To group 4, you may now leave the Gmeet. See you later
Thank
sa...
you po.
Salamat po.
Thank you.
Sige po, sir. Okay po. Thank you po. Thank you po, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anong
Thank you
group?
pa.
Group 5 to, no? Group 5.
Oh, sir.
Assessment on service quality. Okay.
Ito yung pinakamagaling na grupo.
Tagal.
Boss, ano to? Forte mo to, service quality.
Kaya nga pinakamagaling kasi malupit ang paper nito. Tingnan mo, walang maitatanong si Ma'am Ocampo.
Siguro, sir, medyo pagpasok nila, pabigyan lang kami ng brief background on what the paper is all about.
Sige, sir. Sige, sir. Kailang open ko lang din po.
Naiyak nga ako sa sobrang galing ng papel na to.
May dedication na kagad sila.
Hindi ko ma-open? Ba't hindi ko ma-open yung kanilang poll?
Doc Ocampo, okay lang po ba sa inyo? Nag-enjoy po ba kayo sa aming mga estudyante?
Ay, okay po. Nakakatuwa po.
Opo. Meron kaming mga very varied ang aming mga estudyante. May ubod ng bait, may sobrang bait, at may napakabait.
Pareho po tayo. Ganyan din.
By the way, Sir Alden and Doc Dudes, pinaran ko na po kay Doc Madel ang ating paper sa Turnitin. So,
nakita ko
the
na.
students could able to see and determine which of those literature and studies have similarity. So, they can paraphrase and revise na po yung kanilang chapter.
Yes, oo.
Doc Ocampo, matanong lang off topic.
Yes,
yung Turnitin, personal subscription?
School po. Lahat po ng
School.
research, TIC.
Magkano po ang ano niyo, ma'am, sa school? If it's okay with you. Ang subscription.
Hindi ko lang po sure, pero parang ang in-avail po namin 100 logins.
Okay.
So parang
So,
identified lang po yung 100. Parang 100,000 po yun, sir.
100,000. Siguro naiyak ako.
Balak mong kumuha. Hati tayo, boss.
Po ba yung LMS nyo? Kasi pwede po siyang terno. Yung submissions po sa Canvas, ito-turn it in na rin po.
Actually kasi ma'am, ang problema ko lang ma'am yung kung paano ko i-justify bakit ako magbabayad ng 100,000.
Sir, baka pwede nating i-address yan sa Institutional Research Committee. Baka...
Opo. IERC, no?
Opo. Hati-hatiin na natin ng 100,000.
Oo.
Itatanong
Kaya ni Sir Alden yan.
Office kung magkano talaga po.
Abunuhan ko
Thank you,
muna.
Doc Ocampo. Pasensya na po.
Okay lang po. You can ask me po. Willing to share info.
Nako, ito na pala. Dream team pala tong last group natin, ha?
Yes.
Opo.
Okay, sige. If I may suggest, the group introduce themselves first, and then after I have introduced the panel, would you proceed on discussing a background of the study? Give us some inputs about what the study is all about. Okay? Sige, should we start? Could you open your camera, guys? Yung mga
Students, kindly open
natin.
your camera so we can recognize you. Ayan. Okay. Soledad, Sabaron, Afalia, Alferos, and J. Mark, kindly open your camera po. Go ahead. You may now proceed with the introduction of your group members. Group leader, thank you. Sino bang group leader niyo? Si Soledad or si Clyde? Sino?
Soledad po, sir.
Julian. Julian, please kindly open your camera po and then introduce your group mates. Naririnig kaya tayo ni Julian. Julian, can you hear me? Wala si Julian. Siguro somebody will just introduce. Clyde, will you do the honor since Mr. Soledad is unreachable right now? Clyde?
Wait lang po, sir.
Introduce nyo lang sarili ninyo. And then give us the background of your study. Kahit yung abstract na lang ng paper ninyo, kung yun yung makakapag ng inyong paper. Or Miss Alferos, would you like do the honor to introduce? Ayan pala si Julian. Alright, Mr. Soledad, go ahead.
Good morning po. My group members are Clyde Francis Masangkay, J. Mark Saberon, Alferos Patrician, and Leilani Shane Afalia.
Go ahead, Soledad.
Sir, in the abstract of our paper is COVID-19 affects the global food industry as governments close down restaurants and bars to slow down spread of virus across the world. Restaurants' daily traffic dropped precipitously compared to the same period in 2019. This study aims to identify this gap in the literature regarding food service quality. Service quality is an important concept that companies must understand in order to abide competitive in business and hence grow. Service quality is considered very important because it leads to higher customer satisfaction, profitability, reduced cost, customer loyalty, and retention. This study aims to identify service quality dimension, which can be used to measure the research problem and evaluate the effect of service quality dimension. This paper also uses ServQual as theoretical framework. The study will be conducted within a restaurant in Quezon City during the COVID-19 pandemic.
ServQual daw sila, sir. Alright. So, will you just give us few minutes, kasi you have submitted your manuscript and your video late already yesterday. So, ngayon, kine-check and nire-review ng panelists yung paper ninyo. So, after, we can proceed with the Q&A.
Okay, while doing that, I would like to present to you your panel, starting off with our external panelist, Dr. Maria Madel Ocampo, our internal panelist, Dr. Ronald Manzano, and of course, yours truly, as the chairman of the board of panelists. Okay? Sige. Anyway, if we could start with Dr. Ocampo with her questions, siguro pwede na. Okay lang ba, ma'am? Would you like to start the Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes po, I have read
Okay, ma'am.
your
Thank
paper.
you, ma'am. Sige, let's
Alright.
start. with Dr. Ocampo.
Alright, so good morning, Group 5. Alright. So, yeah, I was able to view your recorded video and I was able to read your manuscript naman last night. So siguro for improvement lang for future presentations, parang your PowerPoint in your video presentation is too wordy. Medyo heavy siya sa words. So next time you can improve it. Siguro when pag sa final defense nyo, just put the keywords in your paper. Alright, so your topic is about assessment of food service quality among selected restaurants. Okay, to be very honest with the group, parang in our several years, more than in my 10 years of handling research, parang this particular topic, assessment of food service quality, is parang ano na siya, it's very well researched already. So my first question to the group is, what is the uniqueness of your research paper among the other researches involving food service quality? What will set your paper apart from the other food service quality studies?
Ma'am, it involves the COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay, so the context is quite different. Okay, thank you, Julian. What else aside from the context? Yung bang determination ng food service quality, naka-context ba siya sa pandemic? Or it just so happened that the study is conducted during the time of pandemic?
Researchers, you are supposed to open your cameras while we are having the defense po. Thank you. Miss Afalia, please.
Ma'am?
Yes?
Ano po, naka-context po siya kasi ma'am, sa panahon po natin since nga po kami, food assessment in COVID-19 pandemic, siguro ma'am mas maigi na mag-ingat din tayo sa pag-aano ng food since nga may pandemic po tayo ngayon. Parang po, yung pinaka-point po, yung syempre ma'am, nandun na din po tayo sa pagsasanitize sa mga kutsara, sa mga tinidor. Sa food, lalo na po ma'am sa fast food. Maging maingat po. Ganun po.
Okay. Alright. If I may make a follow-up question, dun sa service quality model, di ba you'll be using ServQual? Okay, so may I ask nga ulit, what are the dimensions of service quality model included in your study? Can you recall your theoretical framework, the underpinning of your study? Anong mga dimensions at saan doon makikita yung mga yung na-mention ni Ms. Patricia, like yung mga sanitation? In which dimension of the ServQual will those COVID-19 or new normal practices be evident? Para ma-i-contexto natin siya.
Dun po sa ma'am, sa assurance po.
Okay, sige Julian, can you enumerate first the service quality model dimensions?
Ma'am, with the responsiveness, reliability, competence, access, courtesy, and communication, credibility, security, understanding the customer, and tangibles.
Parang sobra. Teka, let me look for your ulit. For your framework. Okay. So how many dimensions of service quality are you going to study?
5 po.
5. And what are those 5?
reliability, responsiveness, assurance, empathy, and tangibles.
Okay. Saan din kaya papasok yung context ng COVID-19 na makikita natin na may pagkakaiba yung service quality ngayong new normal compared dun sa pre-pandemic?
Relax lang. At mukhang tensyonado ata ang isa't isa, no? Julian, ngiti lang at mukhang hindi ka na humihinga dyan. Maputla ka na sa ibabaw, kita namin. So, relax lang guys, relax. All right, anyone would like to answer the question of Doc Ocampo?
Sige. So saan natin makikita yung mga sinabi natin ng mga practices or yung new normal nakaapekto siya sa service quality? Because baka kasi yung service quality pre-pandemic, it's still the same ngayon. Kasi same restaurant naman siya. But you said the uniqueness of your study lies on the context of the COVID-19. Kasi nga may mga add-ons. Okay, and that's correct. Okay, so ngayon itatanong ko, doon sa service quality dimensions, saan naman siya lalabas?
Pwedeng tumingin sa camera.
You can
Filipino if you like.
Hello, ano na?
Hanging question, baka loading lang. I'll proceed to my next question. Okay. So in your demographic profile, I noticed you'll be asking for the income. So what is the basis of the group for the demographic profile variables included in the study? So it's here that it's age, sex, highest educational attainment, and socioeconomic income. Bakit yung apat na yun yung mahalaga sa pag-assess ng food service quality? Titingnan nyo ba kung may kaibahan ang younger sa older in terms of how they assess food service quality? Or those on the lower income bracket? So what is your basis for including those variables?
Silent treatment ba to? Silent treatment.
Ma'am, ano po, yung sa tinatanong niyo po, ma'am, syempre ma'am, yung sa may older, ma'am, syempre may mga work na yon kesa po sa younger. So, hindi naman po tayo pantay-pantay, ma'am, since yung iba po may mga trabaho na ganun. Kaya mas po yung sa older na yung tinatanong niyo po. Hindi po lahat pantay-pantay ganun.
Is that based on journal articles or based on just your personal observation?
Sa personal observation po, ma'am.
Okay. So siguro I would suggest before deciding on the sub-variables for your demographic profile, you should read more studies. Bakit ito yung mga dapat isama for the study. Okay, Patricia? Alright. So I also noticed in your SOP, halos pareho yung SOP 2 and 3. Yung SOP2, what are the factors affecting service quality? And then number 3, what are the health and safety factors that affect service quality? So what is the difference of SOP2 and SOP3? Hello? Hello? Wala ata ako. Hello po. Hello? Sir Mark?
Yes, I
No,
can hear
no,
you.
wala.
No,
Okay.
no. We can
Sige,
hear
sige.
you clearly. Medyo baka hindi lang nila pa ma-arok ang
Sige, okay
isasagot
lang.
nila for that
Sige.
question.
Okay lang. So, meron akong dalawang hanging questions. And then, sige. Yun. And then also, yung question ko, sige, third hanging question, habang iniisip niya pa, yung significant relationship, SOP4, I think that is significant difference. Kasi hindi tayo makakakuha ng relationship na factors ng service quality at profile. Hindi natin pwede kasing sabihin na relationship, the higher perception on tangibles, the older the respondent. Or the older the respondent, the higher perception. Okay, so let's consider that revision. And then, for the scope and limitation, I think parang methodology ata ang napalagay niyo doon. So please check it as well. Okay. Last question na lang. Okay. Why are you using the term fast food restaurants ba? Or fast food chain? And what are those fast food chains?
Ma'am, ano po ulit question, ma'am? Sorry po.
Yung last, yung why fast food chains and how did you select the fast food chains included in your study?
Fast food chain, ma'am, like Jollibee, McDonald's, KFC, ganun.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, do you prefer to use the term fast food chain instead of QSRs or quick service restaurants?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
you'll stick with fast food chain. Okay. In your ServQual framework, aalamin ang customer satisfaction. In your study, are you also going to determine customer satisfaction?
Yes po, ma'am.
Yes, Julian. Yes, you will also be determining customer satisfaction. So you have two variables. Assessment of food service quality and customer satisfaction. Kasi parang wala siya dun sa SOP yung customer satisfaction and wala din siya sa conceptual framework. Okay, siguro Sir Mark, baka ibang panel muna po. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ocampo. Sir Dodge, would you like to ask your question now?
Okay, so good afternoon. Good morning. Sorry. Good morning, guys. Magandang umaga sa inyo.
Good morning, sir.
Okay.
Morning po.
Meron lang ako mga tanong, no,
Good morning.
para lilinawin ko lang kasi medyo may mga hindi nagtutugma doon sa papel na naisulat, no. So kung pwede niyo kung kayo yung nagsulat, pwedeng kayo yung sumagot, pero kung walang nagsulat or walang sumagot, walang nagsulat. Okay? So my question is bakit nyo ba isinulat yung papel na to? Bakit nyo napili itong topic na ito? Pinili nyo ba to?
Opo,
O inassign sa inyo?
Napili po namin.
O bakit nyo napili? Ano yung naging interest nyo sa papel na ito?
I think, sir, yung yung sa mga fast food nga po, like Jollibee, McDo, ganun, sa assessment po na sa food service.
O, ano yung tungkol sa assessment sa food service? Bakit nyo gustong malaman yung bakit kayo nag-assessment tungkol sa food service?
Sir, para mas lumawak yung kaalaman namin, sir, lalo na since HRM po kami.
Mm-hmm.
Mas lumawak po yung kaalaman namin sa mga sir.
Sa mga
Wait po. Wait lang, sir, kinakanta.
Relax lang, relax.
Yun nga po, sir, yung mas lumawak yung mas marami kaming malaman sa sir, siguro sa pag-aano sa mga pagkain.
Pag-aano, anak?
Yung malaman yung pag-ooperate, sir, ng fast food, ganun po.
Pag-ooperate. Okay. So, bakit quality service ang naging topic nyo kung operation pala ng fast food ang gusto nyong malaman? Sa tingin nyo ba related yung quality service sa food operation? Clyde, sa palagay mo, bakit ito yung pinili nyo? Bakit ito ang pinili nyong topic? Bukod sa gusto nyong malaman yung pag-ooperate.
Gusto po namin, sir, malaman po yung paano po yung pag po yung food safety sa mga customer po, sa mga kada establishment po ng mga fast food.
Sa mga fast food.
Opo.
So food safety. Oh, bakit hindi food safety ang ginamit nyo? Bakit service quality? Shane? Are you there? Shane? Shane?
Miss Apalia, use your microphone.
Shane, ano yung magiging contribution ng paper ninyo, if ever? Ano yung magiging final output? Ano yung napoporsin nyo na final output ng inyong paper? Hello?
Wait lang po.
Ano, anak?
Hello?
Mr. Sabiron, kumusta ka na?
Sir, okay lang po.
Okay lang. Ano ang naiisip nyo? Bakit nyo ginawa itong research paper na ito? Bakit ito yung topic na napili nyo?
Since pandemic, nais lang po namin malaman na kung kung gaano ka-quality yung service nila during the pandemic since walang nakakalabas lahat ng mga tao. At yan, sir.
Nag-suffer ba yung quality? Bakit fast food?
Sir, fast food kasi ayun yung pinaka madali at marami dito sa lugar natin, sa paligid namin na mga researchers.
Okay.
At ayun yung pinakamadaling puntahan para sa amin.
Kung pinakamadaling puntahan, di most likely hindi siya yung nag-suffer during the pandemic.
Sir, nag-suffer pa din, sir, yung mga fast food, sir.
Anong sinuffer nila?
Yung ano, sir, tulad nga niyan, bawal lumabas, sir. Tas parang naging lockdown din po tayo. So, wala po silang kita. May
Kasi
mga establishment din pong nagsara.
Nagsara? Na fast food o na establishment? Ano ba? Niloloko mo naman ako, Miss Alperos. Paikot-ikot tayo eh.
Hindi, sir, kasi
Ano
po yung
nag-uusapan?
tanong niyo po, sir, po yung walang nag-suffer. Meron, sir, kasi yung sa ano nga,
Wala
sir,
ko
tulad
sinabi
niyan,
walang
sir.
nag-suffer. Ang tinatanong ko, ano yung...
Ano po ba? Ano po yung naging suffer? Sorry po. Yung naging suffer, sir, yun nga po, sir. Tulad niyan, sir, pag may sakit sa fast food, 'di ba, sir, yung mga nakasalamuhan ng may sakit na yon, chine-check. So, since pag marami pong nag-positive dun, sir, syempre magsasara po yung fast food. Kasi, sir, yung dito po sa, wait lang, sir, yung dito po sa lugar namin na fast food, since Chowking, sir, may mga nagkasakit po. Parang may nagkasalamuha, ganon, tas nagsara. Kasi marami ngang
Nagsara.
nag-positive.
Oo. Pero may customer siya.
Wala, sir, kasi nga nagsara.
Bago siya magsara, may customer siya. Diba? Oh. So, paano ngayon yon? Bakit quality service? Bakit hindi sustainability of the business?
Sir,
Tinatanong ko sa inyo, kasi namili kayo. Ito lang yung point ko. Pinili ninyo quality service ng fast food restaurant. Tinatanong ko ngayon, bakit? No? Kasi yung sinasabi niyo sa akin nag-suffer, pare-pareho nag-suffer. 'Di ba? Yung lahat ng restaurant, lahat ng negosyo. So bakit? Yun yung tanong ko. Tapos, kung nag-suffer man sila, bakit ang naging focus quality service? Bakit hindi operation? Katulad ng sinabi ni Miss Patricia, no? Ni Miss Alferos. Mas madaling tingnan yon kaysa quality service. Kasi kung quality service ang hahanap at titingnan ninyo, pupuntahan nyo yon, isa-isa nyo, observe nyo. Meron ba na bago? Merong wala. 'Di ba?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, kaya yun yung tanong ko. Bakit quality service ang naging topic nyo?
Sir, quality service para malaman nga rin po namin kung paano sila nag-operate nung mga nakalipas na pandemic. Yun.
So, meaning, J. Mark,
yes,
ine-equate mo quality service sa operation.
Yes, sir. Ano ulit, sir? Sorry, sir.
Tama?
Sir, choppy ka po, sir.
So, sabi ko, choppy ba ako? Sorry ha. So, in short, ang sabi ninyo, yung quality service sa operation. Kasi nag-offer yung operation, kanyo, na-apektuhan yung operation. So, ina-equate ninyo na yung operation, gusto nyo malaman, pero ang nakalagay sa paper nyo, quality service. Pareho lang yon.
Sir, gusto po namin malaman yung quality na binibigay nila nung wala pong pandemic tsaka nung nagka-pandemic po.
Oo. Iko-compare
Apo,
ninyo,
yes,
gusto nyo
yes.
i-compare. Okay. Yun. Sige, sige. One last question. Okay. Paano nyo in-identify yung inyong respondents? Paano nyo pinili? Bakit itong restaurant na to? Sinong kakausapin niyo? Ano ba ang ano niyo? Quantitative o qualitative?
Quantitative po, sir.
Quantitative. Okay. So, paano niyo pinili yung inyong mga respondents? Nag-isip ba kayo na dahil tong part na to, no, ng mga restaurant, maraming tao rito kahit pandemic, so yun ang pipiliin namin, or marami silang customer kahit pandemic, so yun ang pipiliin namin? O familiar kayo doon sa lugar? Ano yung naging dahilan nyo para sa pagpili?
Ang pili ng respondent, sir,
Oo. Namili na ba kayo o hindi pa? Naka-identify na ba kayo kung ano-anong restaurant ang inyong study?
Andyan po,
Naka-identify
sir.
na kayo? Ha?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Meron na
Ano-ano
po.
yun? Ano-ano yun?
Like fast food po, KFC.
KFC.
Jollibee, McDo, sir.
KFC, Jollibee, McDo, tatlo? Saan
Burger King
sila?
po.
Burger King? Okay, so Jollibee, McDo, KFC, Burger King. Okay, saan to? Saang lugar?
Dito, sir, sa QC po.
Saan sa QC, anak?
E. Rodriguez.
E. Rodriguez? Saan sa E. Rodriguez? Yung magkakatabi doon?
Dun, sir, sa may tuwa. Yun yung
Sa may
kinakainan
tuwa.
natin.
Okay. Bakit? Bakit yun na napili nyo? Hello, bakit? Tinatanong ko lang, bakit yun napili nyo?
Ano, sir, gusto din namin malaman yung pag-a-adjust nila sa quality na ibinibigay sa customer dahil nga sa pandemics. Ganun.
Hindi, naintindihan ko naman yun. Yun na nga yung sabi nyo eh. Ang sinasabi ko lang, bakit doon sa pwede naman Jollibee, KFC, McDo sa ibang, hindi sa E. Rodriguez, maaaring sa Aurora or sa...
Sir, kasi dun, sir, kasi maraming tao.
Maraming
Tsaka,
tao.
Tapat ng...
Akala ko ba nagsara? Akala ko ba nagsara?
Pandemic yun, sir.
Sige, sige. Nalilito na ako sa sagot mo, Miss Alferos. One last question. Nasaan ang sample instrument nyo, research instrument? Yung survey ba kayo? Survey? Nasaan? Hello, huy, sagutin niyo ako. Nasaan? Mga anak, sumagot kayo. Wala ba? Wala? O hindi pa nagawa? O naisubmit nyo na? Hindi ko lang nakita. Wala pa. Okay. Sige. Antayin ko na lang isubmit ninyo ha para makita ko kung umaayos. That is all, Sir Alden. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Actually, yung mga naitanong ni Sir Dodge ay yun din ang tatanungin ko, no? Wala silang questionnaire. Wala rin akong nakikitang ethical consideration on Chapter 3. And there are a lot of inconsistencies with regards to yung iba't ibang chapter. Anyway, yun lang since nagbanggit na si Sir Mark ng wrap up. So I would like to request yung group to leave for about mga 3 to 5 minutes and then come back later. We will just discuss yung inyong paper. Okay, we'll just deliberate on the verdict of the paper. Okay, thank you. Sige, alis muna kayo ng mga 5 minutes lang.
Thank you po,
Saglit
sir.
lang. Okay, thank you. Balik
Thank
kayo
you,
ha.
sir.
Babalik kayo after 5 minutes.
Thank
ha?
you po.
Sige po,
Oo.
sir.
Okay, mamaya mag-make up kayo. Magpipicture pa tayo. Okay, sir. Yan na. Medyo magulo ang papel.
Sumakit ang ulo.
Hindi na ako
Grabe,
hindi na ako
napahiya
tanong.
tayo kay Ma'am Ocampo. Grabe, sumakit ang ulo niya, oh.
Okay lang po.
Oo nga, sumakit.
Ayaw po nila sumagot. Sana kahit wala sa paper kung kaya nila pong masagot, 'di ba po?
Oo nga eh.
Oo. Actually, pwede naman yung papel. Kaya lang, mukhang masyadong minadali at hindi nila alam yung ano nila. Anyway, may advisor naman to, Sir Mark, di ba? Si
Opo. Actually, ang naging case nitong last group, among the group from this section, sila parati yung nahuhuling magpa-check ng paper. And then, the final submissions, hindi po namin nabasa ni Ma'am Beth itong papel na to. Actually, ang deadline ko sa kanila last week pa. So sabi ko, sige, the last chance that I could give you is to submit your manuscript and your videos sa link and then let the panelists decide whether kayo ay papasa sa defense or uulit kayo. Sabi ko na lang ganon. Kasi nga, ang tagal nila sir mag-submit. Parang sila Amy, May 12 pa nag-submit. Sila kagabi lang. Pero inyo sir yan. So inabot ng almost 1 week ang kanilang submissions. So yun naman sir. Pero nung kinausap ko din si Ma'am Beth and same respond, hindi din nga nagpa-consult yung group na yan.
okay. Anyway, so what's the ma'am kayo, Ma'am Madel, anong verdict ninyo?
Opo, doon po tayo sa dapat po sumagot po sila eh.
Oo, yun. Actually, yun ang ano doon.
Hindi po kasi sila sumagot. Parang si ano lang po ang mahilig sumagot, si Patricia po. Isa lang or dalawa.
Si Alperos.
Opo.
Alperos tsaka Julia.
Tapos kulang pa din po. Hindi natin nakikita yung question.
Oo. Pero tama si ma'am eh. Parang oversubscribe na yung ano. Siguro nga tama kung medyo ano nila ng konti sa medyo kakaiba ng konti.
Opo.
No?
Actually, ang haba ng discussion nila ng SERVQUAL, hindi naman nila ginamit ang SERVQUAL sa SOP.
Opo.
Ginawa nilang theoretical framework. Wala naman siya sa research study. Yun yung ano ko, concern ko. So, mas okay pa sana kung ginamit nila SERVQUAL, yun na yung variables nila, ibinangga na lang dun sa sa profile.
At saka may questionnaire na sila. Diba?
Oo, pwede nga i-adapt na lang nila yung question. Kasi
na lang nila.
SERVQUAL, ang dami-dami na yan eh. Actually, ang problema ko lang dito kasi, parang hindi nila alam yung paper nila.
Correct.
Minadali.
Oo, tapos nakita ko rin nung binasa ko yung paper, ang daming cut and paste. So, siguro I don't know, hindi ko masyadong maalala kung ano yung result sa Turnitin, Pero still may mga ano sila, like may mga first person na ginamit pa na sentences. So, pasensya na po kayo, pero ang haba talaga ng listahan ng comments ko dito sa grupong ito na tinatry ko sanang i-reconcile sa sagot nila kaso hindi naman sila sumasagot. Yun nga ang problema.
Yun po eh. Tapos,
Sige, ma'am, go ahead.
pwede po kayo natin i-suggest wag na lang QSRs para mas maging unique. Like, ang naiisip ko pa yung mga emerging na mga ano po ba ang bago sa Maynila? Yung mga I don't know.
Matatanggap ko pa kung ano
Korean.
Coffee shop.
Opo, yung tipong gano'n.
Coffee shop, yung mga
milk tea.
Alam mo yung mga student nook?
Yung mga
diba? Yung mga uso ngayon. Yung mga internet cafe ng mga estudyante.
Yes, mas student cafes. Yung mas Wag na po yung ma-established na QSR.
Oo.
At saka mahihirapan silang kumuha ng ano dito,
Approve.
respondents.
Ng consent din.
Ano to? Sa akin pass naman pending resubmission of a more doable proposal which includes yung yung kompleto na. Yung questionnaire kasama na.
Yes sir, ako rin
Yung
pending din ako dito, pending.
Oo, okay naman. Pass pending resubmission. Oo.
Kasi
Yun lang
ang isa ko
ano
pang problema yung ano nila, yung conceptual framework nila. Sinabi nila
Correct,
IPO. Pero hindi naman, well, sorry. Go ahead.
Oo. Sige sir, patawag na lang ulit. Ibigay
Sige, sir.
na natin
So, ano to, sir? We will schedule them for another proposal or...
Hindi sir, ang mangyayari diyan titignan lang natin yung ano yung
Yung paper na lang mismo nila, yung revise.
Oo, ano nila.
Okay. Sige, sir.
Kung
Thank
approve.
you.
Oo. Okay. Meron naman silang until bago mag grading, di ba?
June.
Or
Before
pwede
June.
naman silang ma-IP kung talagang ano.
Kung hindi nila kakayanin.
Oh, may summer naman para tapusin nila eh. Para maka-enroll pa rin sila ng first sem.
Tama.
Ayun na. Ito pala si Miss
May IP ba, sir, sa RD?
Ay wala pala, sorry.
Dito?
Yung palang paper
Oo, sir,
lang.
diba?
Oo.
Pass or fail dito, di ba, sir?
Miss Alperos, ang pangalan mo dun sa paper, DASA. Ano ba talaga ang pangalan mo? Alperos o DASA?
Sir Alperos po yun, sir.
Nakalagay dun, DASA lang eh.
Sorry po.
Patricia
Babaguhin
DASA.
ko po. Jewel pa bago. Ba't DASA?
Teka, teka muna. Tatanong ko ta. Hindi yun yung major revision. Okay. Andiyan na ba sila lahat? Picture muna kaya tayo, sir, bago natin sabihin. Ano sa palagay mo?
Sir, let's have a quick photo op before we give the decision or before Sir Alden give you the decision for your defense. May I request the members of this group to kindly open your cameras and let's have the photo op po. All right. So, Julian and Saveron. Julian?
Sorry, yes, sir.
Pa-open ang camera, Julian. Si Julian. Hindi ko makita.
Andyan ba si Solidad? Ano ba?
Anyway, sige po, picture na po tayo. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayan. Thank you po. Go ahead, Sir Alden. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Medyo to be straightforward about the paper, no? Medyo siguro it would have been a lot different kung nasagot niyo yung mga tanong namin. Very important kasi yung mga sagot ninyo. Kaya nga tayo merong proposal defense. Kasi there are a lot of gray areas in the paper that you need to explain. Unfortunately, hindi nyo nasagot ang mga karamihan sa mga katanungan namin, no? Although the paper is good, but So, may mga suggestion kami, yung mga ilang nitty-gritty would be submitted to your professor, no? But sasabihin na namin yung unang suggestion namin is we wanted you to refocus, no, yung inyong paper. Maybe you look into another type of establishment, like for example an independent coffee shop, or maybe an independent kumbaga yung mga bagong bukas na mga tawag dito, mga establishment, no? Iwag na yung mga QSR na malalaki. Okay? So, yun ang unang suggestions namin. And we wanted you to resubmit your proposal. So ang aming verdict is you may pass pending resubmission of proposal. Okay? So that's the verdict, pending resubmission. So bahala na kayong mag-usap ng inyong teacher on how quick you can submit your proposal. Pero andun na lahat yung mga dapat na improvement. Okay? Yung chapter 3 magulo. Hindi maganda yung pagkakasulat, walang ethical consideration, walang questionnaire. So by the time that you have submitted them, pakikumpleto nyo na. Okay? Ayan. And then of course, the conceptual framework, marami pang dapat i-improve. You need to go back to your advisor. So the major revisions that we would like to see is that we wanted you to refocus your paper. Pwede pa rin serve qual, but try to look for a different establishment. Okay? So, basically yon ang aming verdict. So, pass pending resubmission of proposal. Okay? So, that's it. Thank you.
Opo. Sir, can I ask the question to this group? Class, what do you have any challenges encountered in completing your paper? Kasi among the group, we will be honest with you, yung paper niya yun medyo alangan, no? So baka meron kayong mga personal or ano bang nangyari. We would like to know. Or wala? What time lang talaga ninyo?
Sir,
Mm.
po, yung totoo lang po, sir, nagiging conflict po yung schedule namin sa bawat isa. Since si Julian po at saka si J. Mark, sir, rider ba kayo? Or nagdi-deliver? J. Mark?
Hello.
Nagdi-deliver ka, di ba?
Yes.
Tapos sir, kung mapapansin nyo po sir sa manuscript video po namin, wala po dun si Leilani sir. Kasi kagabi po, may problema po siya eh. Parang pag nag-ingay po siya, sasaktan daw po ata siya ng papa niya. So hindi po namin siya nasama sa manuscript video sir. Wala po siya dun. Masyado pong maraming problema sa Leilani, sir. Ask nyo na lang po siya.
Okay. How about si Clyde?
Okay naman, sir.
Hello po, sir.
Pag naman, sir, sa GC naman, nakakapag-chat naman po sila. Pero pag, tulad niyan, sir, pag may meet kami, ganon, yung iba, sir, conflict talaga. So, gabi na kami nakakapag-usap lagi, sir. Yun lang naman po, pero overall po, yun po sir, nagtulungan din naman po kami sa paper.
So, kulang lang kayo ng preparation
Opo,
for
sir.
the defense
Saka
today.
yung schedule po ng bawat isa, sir, conflict po. Yun lang, sir.
Alright, sige. Alright, sige. Thank you, Group 5, and see you later in our wrap-up at 12:15. I just have to give my parting words to our panelists. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you guys.
Thank you po.
Sige.
Thank you po, Sir Dudu.
Thank you po.
Thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
panelists.
Thank you po, Doc.
Thank you po.
Thank you, Sir Mark. Sir Allen, thank you po.
Sir Mark, ganun na lang yung natin. Ikaw na ang
Yes, sir.
if they could have nasa sayo naman ang decision whether you pass them or not.
Sige,
we
sir.
will check na lang yung paper if they could submit a better output.
Alright, sir. Noted po. Sir, for tomorrow will be same time, but with different section. We have section 2. Sir Alden, Doc Dudes, Ma'am Madel cannot join us due to some important schedule. So Dr. Sabiliano and Sir Julius Flores will be joining us tomorrow po sa defense.
So, wala ako
Alright.
tomorrow, no? Si Sir Julius ang papalit.
Wala
Pero
na,
sir,
si Dean na, no? Si Dean.
Ay, kasama ka sir bukas.
Kasama ba ako bukas?
Opo.
Okay.
Ako yung wala, boss.
Kala.
Pero Sir Alden, mga 11:35, I hope you can join po for the closing kasi mag-award po.
Sige, I will try kahit sa phone lang. Sige.
Sige sir. Thank you po.
Kunin ko lang yung link. Sige.
Doc Dodes,
Thank
Sir
you.
Alden, Ma'am Madel, thank you very much po for today and appreciate po all the
Thank you, Ma'am
help
Madel.
and-
Opo,
Thank
my
you.
pleasure po. Anytime.
Thank you. See you
Thank you very
tomorrow
much
po.
po, Ma'am Madel.
Bye-bye.
Ay,
Thank you po. Thank you.
natanong ko na
Thank
po
you
sa
po.
research. 800K po. 1,000 logins daw po pala kami.
800K, 1,000 logins. Wow. Sige ma'am, salamat ha.
Thank you.
Makabudget.
Baka po may smaller package ng kung kukunti lang po ang package.
Apo. Siguro ma'am, college ang gagawin namin, college subscription muna bago maging university. Doc, thank you ha. Doc, salamat. Hopefully makapunta kami dyan ma'am.
Opo, punta po kayo dito sa Lipa.
Sige, pag time po. Maraming
bless po.
salamat.
Thank you po. Thank you.
Thank you.
Po.
Thank you po. God bless
Thank you.
po.
Bless. Bye-bye.